Chapter 269. Not long after, a waiter came over and brought Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng into the ship's hold. The master of the merchant ship politely took out 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones and handed them to Xiao Chun. Then, he called for someone to arrange a room for the two of them. 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun had no qualms about taking it. The effort he put in was definitely worth the price. After the captain left, Lu Suifeng sighed. Yesterday, you told me that there were no empty rooms. Today, there are 2 rooms available. It looks like you need strength no matter where you go. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything. It was good that Lu Suifeng had such an understanding. After this trip, he would probably spend more time cultivating. The room in the ship's hold was no different from a regular inn's room. Xiao Chun sat on the bed and entered into a state of cultivation. From the time they left the mountain until now, it had been almost 10 days. In these 10 days, Xiao Chun had a battle almost every day and gained some benefits. He had gained a lot from the earlier battle underwater. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity to raise his cultivation to peak inferior-grade martial saint. Then, he would try to break through to great perfection of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art's 4th layer. For the next 3 days, Xiao Chun basically stayed in his room. During this time, Lu Suifeng asked him to go out for some fresh air, but he rejected him. At this crucial moment, Xiao Chun did not want to waste any time. He had to endure the loneliness. Tong, Tong. There was a knock on the door. Lu Suifeng said, "Yichun, we are about to reach the shore. I'll wait for you at the bow." Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. A purple electricity flowed everywhere in the room as he thought about it. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and all the electricity gathered in his right hand, forming a ball of burning electric flame. Then he flicked it gently. A flower vase on the table exploded with a bang and turned into powder by the electric flame. The powder landed on the wooden table. Xiao Chun stood up and casually sent out a palm wind to scatter the powder. He said indifferently, "My cultivation has finally reached peak inferior-grade martial saint. My control of the purple thunder true fire is getting better and better. However, I still need some time to reach great perfection of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art's 4th layer. It cannot be done in one go. I should be able to complete it after the auction is over." Xiao Chun pushed open the door and slowly walked to the bow of the ship. Soon he found Lu Suifeng. When Lu Suifeng heard footsteps, he turned his head back and discovered that the feeling that Xiao Chun gave him had become stronger. He exclaimed in shock, "Yichun, your cultivation increased again?" Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I have already reached peak inferior-grade martial saint. It will be difficult for me to advance any further in a short period. After one became a martial saint, it would be incredibly difficult to advance by a grade. The difficulty of advancing from inferior-grade martial saint to medial-grade martial saint was similar to the difficulty of advancing by a grade." Lu Suifeng could not help but smack his lips. "I really wonder how you cultivate. This speed is too horrifying." Xiao Chun replied, "Aside from talent and cultivation techniques, there is also experiential training and bitter cultivation. Did you not notice that after coming out this time, your cultivation has actually improved? After that, you need to be able to endure loneliness. While others are immersed in their desires, you can make the best use of the time to cultivate. Naturally, your speed will be faster." Lu Suifeng felt slightly embarrassed. He knew that Xiao Chun was talking about him. He quickly changed the topic. "After we reach the port in front, we will reach Shiha City in half a day." Xiao Chun looked in the direction Lu Suifeng pointed. It was a bustling port. Occasionally, ships would enter and leave. The shore was much livelier than the previous port. There was an endless stream of people walking on it. The clamor reached Xiao Chen's ears even from a distance. Suddenly, Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity, "Where is the end of this Black Dragon River?" Lu Suifeng was no stranger to this. He explained, "Xia province is already at the edge of the great Qin nation. After the Black Dragon River passes through Xia province, it will flow through the ancient desolate land. There are tributaries there that lead to other nations. Its final destination is the boundless sea in the west." The boundless sea? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could the river on that map be the Black Dragon River? If the destination is the boundless sea, it is very similar. "We have arrived. Let's go and get the horses first." Lu Suifeng's voice interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. He could only give up on this idea for now. Xiao Chen led the dragon blood horse and slowly got off the bow. The two of them immediately mounted the horse and rushed towards Xia City. After half a day of travel, the outline of a majestic city wall appeared in their vision. The city wall was 100 meters tall. It was so long that they could not see the end of it. Xiao Chen had seen the capital of Dongming province before. It was also as majestic as this. Thus, he did not have much experience. After he paid the entrance fee, he entered the city smoothly. The streets of Xia City were incomparably wide. There were also special roads for carriages and sidewalks. Thus, although there were many people, it did not seem too crowded when the two of them rode on their horses. After asking around for the nearest inn, the two of them rushed over. After they tied up the horses outside, they walked in through the main doors. Liushang Pavilion. Xiao Chen looked at the signboard of the inn and smiled faintly. He did not expect there to be a branch of Liushang Pavilion here. It seemed like he still had a VIP card. There was an opportunity for him to use it. Perhaps it was because of the large-scale auction. The business of the inn was very good. The first floor was full, and the second floor was also full. There were even some people waiting in line. Lu Suifeng said somewhat helplessly, "It looks like we can only change to another inn. From the third floor of Liushang Pavilion, we need a VIP card." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "There's no need. Let's go to the third floor. I happen to have a VIP card for this inn." Xiao Chen took out his VIP card and showed it to the person standing guard on the third floor. After he took a look, that person immediately respectfully welcomed Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng. His attitude was incomparably humble. This was because the VIP card that Xiao Chen took out was of the highest grade. It allowed them to go directly to the fifth floor of Liushang Pavilion. The people who could have such a VIP card had to have a high status. Lu Suifeng said in surprise, "It really is a VIP card of Liushang Pavilion. How did you get it? This thing is not easy to get." Xiao Chen smiled. This one was opened by that damn fatso. To him, a VIP card is just a small matter. However, the two of them seemed to have bad luck. There were still no empty tables on the third floor. Xiao Chen looked around and said, "Let's go to the fourth floor. I don't believe that it is so difficult to even eat a meal." After flashing the VIP card, the two of them went to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was different from the third floor. It was all individual booths. It was much quieter. After they called the waiter over, they finally received a reply. There was still an empty booth. "Hold on, I want this booth." Just as the waiter was about to bring Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng over, a discordant voice came from behind them. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and turned around to take a look. It was a group of youths dressed in black. There were 5 of them, both male and female. There were 4 white snowflakes embroidered on the chest area of their clothes. This was the symbol of the Night Spirit Palace. Black represented the night, and snowflakes represented the cold. Only core disciples could embroider these 4 snowflakes. The person leading them had a grave and stern expression. He had an imposing appearance. He had a sword at his waist. When he saw the identity token on Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng's waists, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. When the waiter saw this person, his expression changed slightly. He said, "Young Master Shi, this is not good. We have already agreed to give them this booth." This person smiled faintly and walked forward. He did not even turn his head back as he said, "We have not entered yet, right? I will treat them to this meal. We will talk after we finish eating. Go and make some preparations." His tone was very indifferent. He treated Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng like air, completely ignoring them. However, the waiter blocked in front of the man with the surname Shi. He said awkwardly, "Sorry, our Liushang pavilion has our own rules. First come, first served is the basic rule. I hope young Master Shi does not make things difficult for us." A gloomy look flashed on Shi Feng's face. He did not expect that this waiter, who usually gave him face, would say such words at this moment. "Say that again. Do you believe that I can shut down Liushang Pavilion in Shihe City with just one word?" The waiter hesitated in his heart. He did not know what to do. The Shi Feng in front of him was the second son of the Shi clan, one of the 3 noble clans of the Shihe province. Each of the 3 noble clans was a huge power, especially the Shi clan. Coincidentally, their headquarters were in Shihe City. They had a lot of power in the area. If they offended the Shi clan, it would be hard for Liushang Pavilion to do business. However, on the other side, Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng's status was not just for show. Liushang Pavilion had a limited number of VIP cards. They would not casually hand them out. If they offended them, it would be hard to explain. "Senior brother Shi Feng, since there is such a rule, let's wait for a while," the pretty girl among the 5 said. One of the 5 followed up, "Senior brother Shi, I think we should go to another place. There is no need to make things difficult for a waiter." On the surface, it looked like he was advising Shi Feng, but in reality, he was saying that Shi Feng was not magnanimous and only dared to make things difficult for a waiter. Shi Feng glared at this person fiercely. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. However, he could not say anything in front of the girl. He turned around and smiled at the girl. "Junior Sister Mu, don't worry. My Shi clan is still able to handle this matter in Shihe City. Don't you think so, waiter?" Aside from participating in the auction, one of the main reasons he came down the mountain was because of the girl in front of him, Mu Yanxue. Mu Yanxue was the most beloved daughter of the Night Spirit Palace's second palace master. He had pursued her in the Night Spirit Palace. Be it in terms of appearance, temperament, or status, she was the ideal candidate for him. The most important thing was that if he married this girl, his position in the clan would be even more stable. In the future, when he fought for the position of clan head, he would have an additional bargaining chip. If he could not even secure a small table in his own territory, he would lose a lot of face. Seeing Shi Feng use the Shi clan's name to pressure him, the waiter immediately felt put on the spot. He could not help but look at Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng, hoping that they would take a step back. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly to himself. He did not expect that even a meal would not be peaceful. Everywhere he went, he would run into idiots. The current Xiao Chun was no longer that reckless youth who had just left Mo City. He was much calmer now. He would not casually reveal the sharpness of a cultivator. Xiao Chun turned around and led Lu Suifeng to the 5th floor. Most people would not be able to go up to the 5th floor, so it should not be a problem to have a meal there. Chapter 270. Stop right there. Did I tell you to leave? I already said I would treat you to a meal as compensation for taking up your spot. Are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people not going to give me any face? When Shi Feng saw Xiao Chun turn around to leave, he took 2 steps forward and said unforgiving words. The people of the 3 great sects of the great Qin nation were not happy with each other. When they met, the smell of gunpowder would be very strong. This was especially so for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Misty Sword sect. When the disciples of these 2 sects met, they would start fighting without saying a word. Of the 3 great sects, the Night Spirit Palace was ranked the lowest in terms of overall strength. If Xiao Chun could trample on these 2 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, he would definitely be able to leave an impression in Mu Yanxue's heart. Shi Feng thought to himself, the 2 of them are only inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, this is Shiha City. I am confident I can defeat them. Xiao Chun stopped walking and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Just because he withdrew his sharpness did not mean he did not have it. Just because he was low-key did not mean he would allow others to bully him. Lu Suifeng said in a soft voice, Yichen, this person is Shi Feng, the 2nd son of the Shi clan, head of one of the 3 noble clans of the Shiha province. He has an inherited bloodline martial spirit and is a medial grade martial saint. He is a famous expert among the younger generation of the Shiha province. In a distant booth, a man and a woman wearing the Misty Sword sect's uniform were drinking wine and chatting. When the woman saw the person opposite her looking elsewhere, she could not help but feel it was strange. So, she looked over as well. When the woman saw the situation clearly, she revealed an astonished expression. She said softly, It's the people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Night Spirit Palace. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people are at a disadvantage. They are at a disadvantage in both numbers and strength. Senior Brother Chu, do you recognize them? The man carried a sword on his back, and his handsome face always had a calm expression. This was the person that Xiao Chun feared, Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun shook his head slightly and took a sip of wine. He said, He seems familiar. However, I can't remember where I saw him before. Let's take a look. Xiao Chen's temperament gave him a very familiar feeling, but looking at that ordinary face, Chu Chaoyun really couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's martial spirit had already entered his body. He couldn't sense the aura of the blue dragon martial spirit, so his intuition told him that he should have seen this person before, but he didn't know who it was. When Shi Feng saw that Xiao Chun had stopped in his tracks, he revealed a complacent expression. He smiled and said, You can stand there. Don't move before I finish eating. How much you want to eat will be on my tab. Junior sister, let's go. After Xiao Chun spoke, he turned around and led the 4 of them to the room. The person who was on good terms with Shi Feng smiled and said, Senior Brother Shi, I did not expect you to scare 2 Heavenly Saber Pavilion people into not daring to move with just a few words. You are really powerful. The complacent expression on Shi Feng's face became even denser. He casually glanced at Mu Yanxue and smiled faintly. They are just 2 inferior grade martial saints. Even without my Shi clan's name, I can easily defeat the 2 of them. There is nothing to fear. However, Mu Yanxue's expression did not change. She only forced a smile. She felt something was wrong in her heart, but she could not tell what it was. It is not that I am boasting, but there is no one in Shiha City who would not give face to the Shi clan. This time, you are here to participate in the auction. If there is anything you want, just tell me. My Shi clan will help you bid. Even a martial king would not dare to mess around. Shi Feng smiled as he walked. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, there was the sound of an intense wind coming from behind Shi Feng. A vast killing qi surged over. The aura was so strong that it caused the 5 of them to tremble. Shi Feng's reaction was the fastest. The instant he heard the sound of the wind, he instantly turned around. When he saw Xiao Chen's figure clearly, he did not panic. Instead, there was some excitement on his face. He smiled faintly. "If you did not make a move, I would not be able to do anything to you. If you dare to make a move against me, you can forget about leaving this Liushang pavilion." Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Shifeng. He increased his speed and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Then he punched at Shifeng's face. Shifeng mocked, "You actually dare to use your fists and legs in front of me? You are seeking death." After Shifeng spoke, a spiraling azure-colored rock appeared under his feet. This was the Shi clan's inherited martial saint, the Qingtian stone. The rock turned into azure-colored lines and quickly extended towards his right hand. Finally, it formed a strange whirlpool on his palm. Shifeng clenched his fist, and the whirlpool immediately disappeared. It merged with every inch of his palm and carried a horrifying force as it smashed towards Xiao Chen's fist. Bang! When the two fists collided, there was an intense explosion in the quiet fourth floor. A horrifying shockwave spread out and smashed some of the surrounding tables into pieces. Shifeng's body flew backwards. The rock on his arm started to explode from his fist to his shoulder, turning into a pile of stone fragments that fell to the ground. Xiao Chen's body did not move at all. His aura surged, and the bones in his body started to crackle. The image of a tiger and dragon intertwined. Xiao Chen shouted and pushed off the ground. He did not hesitate to chase after Shifeng. How can this be? Shifeng actually lost to this person in a fists and legs competition. A night spirit palace, disciples said in disbelief. The Shi clan's inherited martial spirit can increase the strength of a cultivator's physical body by 50%. Its defense and strength will be greatly increased. How could he lose so thoroughly? Mu Yanxue muttered to herself in silence. She knew that Shifeng had kicked an iron plate this time. This is good as well. This will save me from doing some strange things in the future, Mu Yanxue thought to herself. Shifeng was incomparably shocked. Since he started cultivating, this was the first time he suffered such a disadvantage in a fists and legs competition. So, Shifeng's body sank to the ground. The instant his feet landed, the Qingtian stones wrapped around his feet and grabbed him firmly, preventing him from moving back. When Shifeng saw Xiao Chen charging over with a ferocious momentum, a murderous intent flashed on his face. Xiao Chen shouted, and the Qingtian stones covered his entire body. The aura of his innate martial spirit spread out completely. All the cultivators on the fourth floor felt some pressure. Xiao Chen clenched his fist and punched ferociously. The fist wind broke through the air and gave off a sharp sound. A huge Qingtian whirlpool formed in the air. Shifeng said coldly, "The force of this punch is 5,000 kilograms. Let's see how you break this." Scram! Bang! Xiao Chen had a stern expression as he roared. It was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger piercing through the sky. His entire body gave off a faint golden glow. The image of a tiger and a dragon quickly infused into his fist. Great dragon tiger fist. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulating at full force, the force of this punch was already the peak of what Xiao Chen could deliver. The force of this punch reached 6,000 kilograms. Bang! When the two fists met, there was a loud sound. The Qingtian stones on Shifeng's body shattered. Under the shock wave, they turned into powder and drifted away in the wind. Pussy-eye! Shifeng vomited a large mouthful of blood as his body flew backward, like a sandbag. With a bang, he smashed through the wall of the fourth floor and fell heavily on the third floor. The sudden fall of Shifeng startled the customers on the third floor. They quickly got up and dodged. Some of the cultivators who recognized Shifeng were shocked. They did not know who was so bold as to attack the Shi clan in the Shihe province. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen's body passed through the hole in the wall. His figure flashed in the air, and he stomped on Shifeng's chest, pushing the struggling Shifeng back. Shifeng vomited another mouthful of blood and coughed a few times. He pointed at Xiao Chun and said in horror, "Quickly let me go. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving Shiha City." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and ignored him. He said in a deep voice, "You want to use my status as a Heavenly Saber Pavilion Corps disciple to give you face to chase girls? Unfortunately, you found the wrong target. In front of me, you are not even qualified for me to draw my saber." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he kicked Shifeng's waist violently. Xiao Chun did not hold back in this kick. Shifeng, who could not resist at all, was kicked into the air and flew in an arc. He accurately passed through the window of the 3rd floor and landed on the street. On the 4th floor of Liushang Pavilion, Chu Chaoyan looked at Xiao Chen's back and smiled faintly. "So, it is him. I was wondering why I could not find him." So, he changed his appearance and ran to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The girl opposite asked out of curiosity, "Senior Brother Chu, is that someone you know?" Chu Chaoyan stood up and smiled gently. "Old friend, this fellow will not have peace no matter where he goes. He is like a sharp treasured saber. Even if it is sheathed the instant it is unsheathed, it will give off a terrifying light." When Mu Yanxue saw Shifei flying out of the window through a crack in the wall of the 4th floor, her expression changed. She quickly said, "Go down and stop him. If we let him go, it will be hard to explain to the Shi clan." The Shiha province had a close relationship with the 3 great clans and the various great sections. They were like allies. For example, the Yun clan had a close relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Yen clan had a close relationship with the Misty Sword Sect, and the Shi clan had a close relationship with the Night Spirit Palace. Thus, Mu Yanxue could not just sit back and watch. After Xiao Chun humiliated Shifei, he swaggered off. Otherwise, if the Shi clan really chased after him, she would not be able to explain to the Night Spirit Palace. The 4 of them drew their weapons and quickly jumped down from the crack in the wall. They each stood in a corner and surrounded Xiao Chun. Lu Suifeng was about to jump down as well. However, he discovered that a hand had grabbed his shoulder at an unknown time. Lu Suifeng's expression changed as he turned his head to look. He exclaimed, "Chu Chaoyan, why are you here?" The top expert of the Misty Sword Sect, the archenemy of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lu Suifeng was very familiar with this person's appearance. However, what he usually saw was a portrait. This was the first time he saw the person in person. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly. "Don't be nervous. Nothing will happen to your friend. If you go down, you will only cause trouble for him." Chu Chaoyan's words were very soft. He did not release any aura or killing chi. However, it caused Lu Suifeng to feel a formless pressure. He did not dare to move. The customers on the 3rd floor had already moved to the side. However, they did not go very far. They just watched the commotion on the 2nd floor. So, it is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people fighting with the Night Spirit Palace's people. However, why is there only one Bladesman from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? It is dangerous to fight 1 against 4. Chapter 271. Who cares? As long as there is a show to watch, it is fine. The 3 great sects are not willing to submit to anyone. This is a good opportunity to see the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Night Spirit Palace. The person leading the Night Spirit Palace seems to be the daughter of the 2nd Palace Master, Mu Yanxue. She is already a medial grade martial saint. Who is the person from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? You know him? I don't know him. He should have just left the mountain recently. He is probably here to participate in the auction. Discussions rose up in the crowd. It was very lively. Everyone was very excited. Mu Yanxue pointed her sword at Xiao Chun. She said in a melodious voice, "This friend, can you stay here for a while? I do not wish to make a move." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He did not withdraw his aura at all. He said mockingly, "What are you staying here for? Waiting to die? If you want to keep me here, then show me what you are capable of." Mu Yanxue blushed slightly. She did not expect Xiao Chen to be so rude. She shouted coldly, "In that case, let me see what you are capable of." Pussy, right after the other party spoke, the four of them sent out a sword chi each. They tore through the air and flew at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw the sword chi flying at him, he shook his head. Although the sword chi of these four people were very powerful, they were not sharp enough. Compared to the two old men on the merchant ship, they were much weaker. Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber and brandished it left and right. He did not move at all. He executed the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to its limits. When the sword chi struck his arm, it gave off a melodious ding-dang sound. Xiao Chen used the strength of his physical body to block it. The four of them were startled. They did not expect Xiao Chen's physical body to be so strong. They quickly gave up on using their sword chi to attack. The swords in their hands released a blazing sword light as they hacked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen knew that these four people were not trying to kill him. They were just trying to delay him until the Wang clan experts arrived. "I can no longer hide my strength. I have to end this quickly. Otherwise, when the Wang clan experts arrive, I will be in trouble. Even if I leave, it will be difficult for Lu Suifeng to do so." Xiao Chen flipped his palm, and the lunar shadow saber immediately appeared in his left hand from the universe ring. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and paused for a moment. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen infused his state of thunder into his saber, raising his aura and state to their limits in a short time. In that instant, dark clouds churned in the sky above Liushang Pavilion. Muffled thunder roared incessantly. The might of thunder instantly formed. Rushing thunder saber art, drawing the saber, Xiao Chen shouted and unleashed the state of thunder with all his might. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. In the next moment, everyone seemed to see a bolt of lightning leaping out of the scabbard. Bang! The three people in front of them felt their vision blur. A terrifying energy swept over them, and they were immediately sent flying back. Electric currents coursed through the meridians in his body, and the sword moves in his hands were immediately thrown into disarray. He was unable to execute them. Xiao Chen spun around and spun his saber around quickly. Even though he was the last to move, he arrived first and placed it on the neck of the person behind him. That person was caught off guard. The sword in his hand carried a blazing sword light as it hovered above Xiao Chen's head, not daring to move at all. Xiao Chen smiled gently and quickly sheathed his saber. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike at that person's chest. With a loud bang, he immediately sent that person flying. With no one blocking his way, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of purple light flying towards the crack in the fourth floor. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. From the moment Xiao Chen summoned out the lunar shadow saber to the moment he made his move, it was only the blink of an eye. The situation immediately turned around. The speed was so fast that no one could react. Someone below exclaimed, "What is going on? Are the people of the Night Spirit Palace so weak?" Mu Yanxue suppressed the violent lightning-attributed essence in her body. When she heard this, she became slightly angry and shouted. It was unknown what movement technique Mu Yanxue used, but her speed increased explosively in a short time. She immediately blocked in front of Xiao Chen. Mu Yanxue looked at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "You are very fast. However, no one can be faster than me." A sword light flashed and pierced towards Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Xiao Chen quickly dodged. After that, he spun around and pushed off the wall. Then, he turned around and hacked at Mu Yanxue. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off a melodious clang that reverberated in the hall. The moment the two clashed, they retreated. They were extremely decisive. They were so fast that everyone could only see afterimages. Two distinct figures in the air, one purple and one black, clashed continuously in the eyes of the crowd. The movement techniques of the two were very good. They flew around the top of the third floor, using the walls as a foothold. Unexpectedly, they did not land at all. It was like they were really flying. As the two exchanged moves, their speed was equal. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. Being evenly matched was not the result that Xiao Chen wanted. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Since the blue dragon cloud soaring art reached small perfection, Xiao Chen had not met anyone in the same generation who could match his speed. Mu Yanxue should be practicing a peak Earth-ranked movement technique. Furthermore, it was very likely that she had reached great perfection. Otherwise, she could not be so fast. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen raised his speed to the limit and turned into a purple flood dragon. He roared ferociously in the air, but he still could not shake off Mu Yanxue. That black figure was like his shadow. No matter what he did, he could not shake it off. Strange. Why does it seem like the Battle Sage Origins sticky character formula? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Xiao Chen had experienced this before when he fought Lung Liusu. If you were fast, she would be even faster. If you were slow, she would slowly slow down. She would not be shaken off by your sudden decrease in speed. I have to think of a way. Since I have no way to gain an advantage in terms of speed, then I have to find another way to break through. Xiao Chen shouted and found an opportunity. His body somersaulted in the air. He stomped on the roof of the third floor, and a large hole immediately appeared in the wooden floorboards. Xiao Chen sent out a stream of energy in the air. His body nimbly flashed through the hole and reappeared on the fourth floor of Liushang Pavilion. A raging flame started to burn in his right eye, and a huge ball of purple flames shot out of the hole under his feet. Mu Yanxue, who was chasing closely, was startled when she saw the surging purple flame. She quickly dodged to the side. Bang! Bang! The flame did not lose its momentum. It easily burned through the floorboards of the second floor. It surged towards the first floor, scaring the customers on the first floor into fleeing in a panic. After temporarily escaping from Mu Yanxue, Xiao Chen looked around and quickly found Lu Suifeng. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly discovered Chu Chaoyan standing on Lu Suifeng with a smile on his face. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and gently placed his palm on Lu Suifeng's body. He said, "I'll send you off." Immediately, a huge but gentle force was transmitted to Lu Suifeng's body, and he slowly floated towards the window. Xiao Chen did not have time to think. He jumped out of the window as well. Before he left, he gave Chu Chaoyan a puzzled look. He did not know why Chu Chaoyan helped him. The two of them landed on the street. Lu Suifeng said, "What should we do now? Should we go back?" Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. He could not think of a way to go, and he did not know where to go. If he were alone, he could just change his identity and hide for a few days. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen said, "Does the Heavenly Saber Pavilion not have any power in Shiha's city?" As one of the three great sects, Xiao Chen did not believe that they would be afraid of an inherited noble clan. The two of them were not on the same level of strength. If they really fought in terms of combat prowess, 10 Sure clans would not be able to defeat the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the pure combat prowess of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, they could easily destroy the Sure clan. Lu Suifeng smiled bitterly. We really do not have any power in Shiha City. The royal court has very strict control over the 3 great cities in the nation. It is very difficult for the 3 great sects to infiltrate. In the city, aside from the city lord, who has the greatest power, the 3 noble clans have the greatest power. So, we are not in a good position to do anything. Xiao Chen glanced around and saw that Shifeng, who had fallen to the ground earlier, had already gotten up and gone somewhere. Actually, with Lu Suifeng's identity as a core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Shi clan would not dare to do anything to the 2 of them. They could only apologize and suffer some losses. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he said, "Never mind, let's leave the city first. The auction will start in 3 days. We will find an opportunity to come in and take a look." Lu Suifeng nodded. This was the only thing they could do. For now, they could not think of any better ideas. Dong, dong, dong. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, the sound of rushing horses came from the road in front. A group of cultivators wearing the Shi clan's uniform rushed over in an aggressive manner. Xiao Chen stopped and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, the Shi clan is extraordinarily fast. No wonder Shifeng dares to be so arrogant in Shiha City. The leader of the group was an old man wearing tight cultivator robes. He dismounted from his horse and looked at the 2 with a sullen expression. The old man slowly walked forward. As he walked, his chi and blood flourished. His eyes were as sharp as sabers. Just by looking at his aura, one could tell that his cultivation was not low. The old man said to the 2 of them, "Which of you injured my clan's young master?" Before the 2 of them could speak, a young cultivator of the Shi clan pointed at Xiao Chen and said, "4th elder, it was the brat on the right who injured him." Many people in Liushang Pavilion saw it. Furthermore, he was the one who made the first move. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the Shi clan's 4th elder. It was like a sharp, treasured saber staring at Xiao Chen. He said in a deep voice, "Can the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion bully my Shi clan as they wish? To think you dare to be so arrogant in Shiha City. I'll give you an explanation. If you can't explain it clearly, I will teach you how to behave on behalf of your teacher." Lu Suifeng quickly said, "Senior, we did not mean to injure the Shi clan's young master on purpose. He was the one who humiliated us first. We only—" Xiao Chen raised his arm slightly, stopping Lu Suifeng from continuing. His gaze was as calm as still water. He met the old man's gaze without any fear. "There is no need to explain too much. It is just that our skills are not up to par. There is no need to say so much." The Shi clan was clearly being unreasonable. If they were being reasonable, it would be clear who was in the right and who was in the wrong by asking the people around them. What was the point of saying so much nonsense? As for the so-called explanation, Xiao Chen found it laughable. They were clearly not in the wrong. Chapter 272. In the end, the other party acted as though they were wronged. They wanted the 2 of them to explain themselves. If they could not explain themselves, they would teach them a lesson. This was simply the logic of a bandit. It was inhumane and unreasonable. However, in this world, Xiao Chen no longer held any hope of using reason to resolve things. In this world, where human lives were as cheap as ants, the one with the strongest fist was the true reason. Right now, the Shi clan's fist was harder. The other party was right. The surrounding cultivators who witnessed the incident remained silent. No one spoke up for Xiao Chen. This was a typical example. Xiao Chen's expression was incomparably calm. He enunciated every word clearly. "I was the one who injured Shifeng. If you want to make a move, then cut the crap. As long as you are not afraid of bringing a calamity upon your Shi clan, come and fight." In this world, it was easy for a cultivator to live. However, there were not many who could live with dignity. Xiao Chen had always believed that a cultivator did not have to reveal their sharpness. However, they had to have a spirit. No matter what, this spirit could not be lost. One could not be arrogant, but one had to have a lofty character. This was the principle behind it. If Xiao Chen had sullenly explained and apologized, the other party would not dare to do anything to them because of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's position. However, this way, once there was a compromise, there would be a second compromise. In the end, the spirit of a cultivator would be completely gone. If a cultivator lost their spirit, no matter how talented they would not have the chance to reach the peak of cultivation in the future. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not hide his sharpness. His aura flourished, and his killing intent was revealed. He was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard. The treasured saber was incomparably sharp. It pierced through the air, frightening people. The boundless clouds in the sky suddenly gathered and churned. Muffled rumbles came from within. The momentum of the lightning had been formed. What's going on? Why did the sky turn so dark? The surrounding cultivators suddenly discovered that the dark clouds above their heads had already covered the dazzling sunlight. The sky suddenly turned dark. This is the state of thunder. I did not expect this brat to comprehend it to such a high level at such a young age. He can already affect the power of thunder. This is the sign of a state reaching small perfection. I once saw it on an inferior grade martial king. Without a certain level of comprehension, normal people would not be able to comprehend it in their lifetime. However, a small perfection state of thunder is not a match for the Shur clan's fourth elder. This old man was already a peak martial saint many years ago. Although he was not a martial king yet, there were few who were a match for him within the martial saint realm. When the Shur clan's fourth elder saw Xiao Chen's aura, he could not stop. In the confrontation between the younger generation of the various major forces, the older generation tacitly chose to remain silent. As long as no one was killed, they wouldn't take action. Originally, the upper echelon of the Shur clan did not intend to make a move. However, they heard that Shur Feng had been thrown into the streets by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people. As one of the three noble clans, the Shur clan's clan had felt embarrassed. If news of this spread, the Shur clan's reputation in Shiha City would be tarnished. This was why the Shur clan's fourth elder brought people to settle this matter. As long as the other party was willing to apologize and admit his mistake, they would let this matter go. However, the Shur clan head did not expect Xiao Chen to be so unyielding. He did not even bother to explain himself. At this moment, in front of everyone, the Shur clan head was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He did not know what to do. After a while, the Shur clan head knew that if he retreated now, he would not be able to face anyone. He made up his mind and said coldly, "You are just an insignificant junior, and you dare to be so arrogant. I will teach you a lesson today." The Shur clan head flipped his hand and drew his sword. He sent out a sharp sword chi at Xiao Chen. This sword chi was much sharper than a regular sword chi. It silently tore through the water-like air. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Xiao Chen sent out a similar chi. A purple saber chi moved like lightning and clashed with the sword chi that the Shur clan had sent out. Dang! The sword chi and saber chi did not give way to each other. They clashed intensely in the air. The state of thunder that Xiao Chen infused into the saber chi flickered with resplendent electricity, giving off a Z sound. Relying on the advantage of the state, Xiao Chen's saber chi managed to fight to a draw with the extremely dense sword chi of the Shur clan head. The Shur clan head was mildly startled. He smiled faintly and said, "Without a state to great perfection, It is just an unorthodox method. I will take you down in 10 moves." After the Sher clan head spoke, he took a big step forward and swung his sword upwards. Sharp stone spikes immediately shot out from the ground and headed for Xiao Chun. Each stone spike was about 2 meters long and incredibly sharp. If one was struck by it, even if they were not severely injured, they would at least be skinned alive. The speed at which the stone spikes extended was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun gauged the height of the stone spikes. They were only 2 meters long. Although they extended for a long distance, as long as he used the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would be able to leap over them easily. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He scattered the state of thunder and launched himself at the Sher clan head's fourth elder. Seeing Xiao Chun in the air, the fourth elder revealed a pleased smile. He said, "I knew you would fly into the air and not choose to retreat. Pusiai, Pusiai." The moment the fourth elder spoke, the stone spikes on the ground shot up and gave off ear-piercing roars. They shot at Xiao Chun. Their speed was actually close to the speed of sound. Xiao Chun was startled. He had not expected such a change. Without much time to think, he shouted, and the image of a mountain peak appeared above his head, infusing into his saber. Lone peak kill. When Xiao Chun chopped down, a spiraling force appeared in the air. It was like a real mountain descending from the sky with a heavy force. Bang, bang, bang. A loud sound rang out. The stone pillars in the air were all shattered by the force of this saber. Stone fragments danced in the air and fell to the ground like rain. The figure of a saber pierced through the rain of stones. Everywhere he passed, he crushed all the stones into dust, filling the air with dust. Xiao Chen's gaze was like lightning. Looking at the dust filling the air, he stabbed out with the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Dang! It was like he struck a hard rock. The force of the saber that Xiao Chun stabbed out was deflected. He immediately lost his balance in the air and quickly fell to the ground. Elder Sher's voice came from within the dust. He sneered, "My inherited martial spirit has already reached the large success realm. With your half-baked state of thunder, you want to break through my defense? That is simply a pipe dream." Rock-splitting arrow. The fourth elder roared angrily. Countless azure rock patterns appeared on his sword. In the next moment, all the patterns gathered at the tip of the sword. There was an explosive sound, and a huge azure whirlpool appeared at the tip of the sword. From the center of the whirlpool, a sharp arrow made of azure rock flew out. It flew rapidly towards Xiao Chun. Chi, chi, chi. As the arrow pierced through the air, it gave off a piercing sonic boom. Ripples appeared in the air from the explosion. It was like countless waves appearing on a calm surface of water. Xiao Chun slowly landed. When he saw the azure arrow flying at him, his expression remained calm. Everlasting startling cloud. Circulating the essence in his body, Xiao Chun executed the state of clouds. After a while, there were large patches of clouds floating around Xiao Chun. Boom! A clap of thunder resounded in the clouds. A tiny strand of purple saber chi split apart the layers of clouds like lightning. It quickly flew towards the azure arrow. In a flash, it was like a ray of multicolored light flying by. It was so fast that it created an illusion. In the next moment, it was as if nothing had happened. The azure arrow that the Sher clan's fourth elder fired was still giving off a piercing sonic boom in the air. It flew towards Xiao Chun. Soon, it would catch up to Xiao Chun, who was about to land. The fourth elder snorted coldly. "I thought you were a powerful person. It turns out you are only SOSO. Even if you kill him, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not stand up for you." Seeing the azure arrow getting closer, All the cultivators present felt their hearts in their throats. They all felt that it was a pity. At this moment, Xiao Chen no longer had any room to change his direction. He could only passively receive this attack. This was the full-powered attack of a peak martial saint. Even a martial king would not dare to receive it head-on. Xiao Chen was only an inferior-grade martial saint. Wanting to block this move when he landed was no different from a fool's dream. It was an impossible task. Who? The azure arrow was already less than a meter away from Xiao Chen's face. The strong wind from the arrow made Xiao Chen's hair somewhat messy. Xiao Chen raised the lunar shadow saber in his hand and shouted, "Explode!" The purple line, which had disappeared earlier, suddenly reappeared. The instant Xiao Chen spoke, the purple line spread out like a screen of water. With a bang, the green arrow in front of his forehead exploded into stone fragments that filled the sky, disappearing into the air. At the end of the line, the Shi clan's fourth elder, who was in the air, had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a move. Pussy eye. The fourth elder vomited a mouthful of blood. The clothes on his chest were blasted into nothing by the electric light. A small hole appeared on his chest, which was covered in azure rock. Blood flowed out continuously. Although the wound was small, the electric light on it was unusually strong. It crackled nonstop, preventing the wound from healing. The purple electricity in the air moved about chaotically. Occasionally, some of the electricity would accidentally fall to the ground and explode a huge pit. Xiao Chen stomped on the ground. His body was not injured at all as he landed firmly. With a flip of his palm, the remnant electricity in the air all gathered in his palm. It formed a ball of blazing purple lightning fire. With a toss, the purple lightning fire quickly flew towards the Shi clan's fourth elder. The Shi clan's chest was injured, so he could not dodge in time. He could only toss aside the sword in his hand and draw a circle with his hands, condensing an azure whirlpool. Bang! The lightning fire and the whirlpool collided, giving off a loud sound. A strange energy came from the whirlpool, sucking in the horrifying lightning fire strand by strand. The Shi clan's fourth elder scattered the whirlpool in his hand and fell to the ground with a pale complexion. Blood continued to pour out of the wound on his chest. Damn it! I underestimated this brat's state of thunder. If I had expended a little more essence, I would have been able to block his earlier attack, the Shi clan's fourth elder said hatefully. Chapter 273. A cultivator with an innate bloodline martial spirit was indeed stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Xiao Chen watched as the azure whirlpool swallowed up all the lightning-attributed fire. Xiao Chen thought to himself, although this was just a casual attack from the purple thunder true fire, it was very fast. Most people would have a hard time dodging it. The other party was able to block this attack with his full power despite being injured. This was enough to show that he was not simple. What are you all standing there for? Go and capture these two brats first. The Shi clan's first elder said angrily as he looked at the wound on his chest that could not be closed. The other Shi clan cultivators immediately dismounted and rushed towards Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng with surging killing intent. Xiao Chen took a quick glance. There were more than 100 people surrounding them. There were 15 inferior grade martial saints, and the rest were peak martial grandmasters. More than half of them possessed the Shi clan's inherited martial spirit. With such a group of people, even if they were to fight a martial king, they would have a 50% chance of victory. Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and said to Lu Suifeng, "I will cover the rear. You find an opportunity to leave first." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "Although I am not very strong, I know that you have no chance of victory against these people. Wang. Before Lu Suifeng could finish speaking, there was the sound of a saber humming in the sky above the street. At first, the sound was soft and inaudible. Then it slowly grew louder until it was like thunder, deafening everyone. Lu Suifeng's face lit up in joy. He smiled and said, "It's Yun Kursen. She is the eldest daughter of the Yun clan. The Yun clan's influence in Shiha City is no weaker than the Shi clan. We are completely fine now." Boom! The roaming dragon saber, a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, descended from the sky and stabbed into the ground. The street immediately shook. A sparkling and translucent leaf slowly floated down. The leaf disappeared. Yun Kursen, who was dressed in white, appeared. She drew the roaming dragon saber and pointed it at the Shi clan's people. The instant the roaming dragon saber left, the ground immediately stopped shaking. The Shi clan's fourth elder finally stopped bleeding. When he saw Yun Kursen suddenly arrive, he said loudly, "Yun clan's girl, this has nothing to do with you. Quickly move aside." Yun Kursen's expression was calm. She said indifferently, "Elder Shi, you have gone overboard." The Shi clan's fourth elder's face turned red. He knew that Yun Kursen was saying that he had violated the tacit understanding of the older generation and should not have made a move on the younger generation. If these words were spoken by an elder of the Yun family, the fourth elder of the Shi family would not have refuted them. He would only feel ashamed. However, when Yun Kursen said it, the Shi clan's fourth elder felt even angrier. "Since when did a little girl like you have the right to lecture me? You're not qualified. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way of our Shi family's business." Dong, dong, dong. The sound of horses galloping came from the deadlocked street. The Yun clan's cultivators had finally arrived. The leader, a middle-aged man, dismounted from his horse and slowly walked towards the fourth elder of the Shi family. As the middle-aged man walked, he had a majestic gait. A horrifying aura pressed down on the fourth elder of the Shi clan. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense acutely felt this aura. He was startled in his heart. This was the aura of a medial-grade martial king. Xiao Chen could not help but linger on the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man was not more than 40 years old. He had an outstanding aura and a grave and stern expression. A light burst out from his eyes as he said coldly, "If my daughter is not qualified, then do I have the qualifications to lecture you?" Before this overwhelming aura, the Shi clan's fourth elder found it difficult to even breathe. His pale face turned extremely unsightly. He had not expected the Yun clan's clan head, Yun Yuji, to personally rush over for this matter. Before the absolute strength of the other party, how could he dare to show any anger? He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Clan head Yun, our clan head personally instructed these two people to apologize to our Shi clan. I hope, scram." Yun Yuji was expressionless. Without waiting for him to finish, he scolded, "Scram before I get angry. If Shi Yang insists on apologizing, I can accompany him to the city lord's residence. We can see who is right and who is wrong, and who should apologize to whom." The Shi clan's fourth elder's face turned red. He had not expected the other party to not give him any face. He waved his hand and said, "Yun Yuji, just you wait and see." After he spoke, he immediately led the Shi clan's cultivators away. This time, the Shi clan had completely lost face. First, it was Shi Feng, who was tossed into the street by Xiao Chun. Now, his fourth elder was scared off by Yun Yuji's words. It would be difficult for his reputation not to suffer. After Yun Yuji saw the other party leave, he ignored him. He turned around and walked towards Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, "You must be Yi Chun. I heard Kursen mention you. You are indeed a young hero. Come, the two of you will follow me to the Yun residence first. Once you are there, no one will dare to harass you. On the third floor of Liushang Pavilion, Mu Yanxue looked at Xiao Chun, who was with the Yun clan. She muttered, Shifeng probably does not know who he has offended. It looks like the Night Spirit Palace and the Shi clan will have to choose a new partner. Senior Sister Mu, just how strong is this person? Why do I feel like I can't even fight back against him? Our cultivation levels are clearly about the same. Why is that? A disciple from the Night Spirit Palace asked. Mu Yanxue muttered to herself for a while before saying, Cultivation realm is not everything about a cultivator's combat prowess. True combat prowess includes the cultivator's cultivation realm, the martial techniques, and movement techniques they learn. There is also the comprehension of the states in the martial techniques. Finally, there are some external equipment such as spirit weapons, battle armor, and secret treasures. All of these together form the true combat prowess of a cultivator. The martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and movement techniques that he learns are at least superior grade, earth-ranked secret manuals. Furthermore, he has a strong physical body and comprehension of states. In terms of combat prowess, even 10 of you would not be a match for him. That person was somewhat unconvinced as he said, Based on what you said, doesn't that mean that even first senior brother is not a match for him? Mu Yanxue smiled faintly and said, Mu Chengshue's cultivation is higher than his. His martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and movement techniques are not weaker than his. The only thing he is inferior to is the strength of his physical body. The odds of victory are 50-50. Another person said, Senior Sister Mu, aren't you overestimating him a little too much? From what I saw earlier, Senior Sister could not do anything about him. He is definitely not a match for first senior brother. Mu Yanxue said softly. 3 days later, Mu Qingxue will be participating in the auction as well. If I guessed correctly, this person will definitely be participating in the auction as well. We will know who is stronger and who is weaker when the time comes. Shihe City, in an independent courtyard of the Yun residence, Xiao Chun and Yun Kursen sat at a stone table. Yun Kursen gently placed the roaming dragon saber on the stone table. She looked at Xiao Chun and said, Thank you for your roaming dragon saber. It helped me secure the position of the successor of the Yun clan. Spirit weapons could increase a cultivator's offensive prowess. However, the higher the cultivator's rank, the weaker the effect. A profound ranked spirit weapon could increase a martial grandmaster's offensive prowess by 20%. However, it was not even 10% for a martial saint. Only an earth-ranked spirit weapon could increase a martial saint's offensive prowess by 20%. As for an inferior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon, it could increase a martial saint's offensive prowess by 50%. With Yun Kursen's strength, a regular superior grade martial saint would not be a match for her after her offensive prowess was increased by 50%. Yun Kursen watched as Xiao Chun placed the roaming dragon saber back into the universe ring. She asked probingly, I discovered that the saber in your hand is only an inferior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. Why are you not using this heaven-ranked spirit weapon? The roaming dragon saber was indeed stronger than the lunar shadow saber. However, Xiao Chun had no intentions of using the roaming dragon saber. This was because the potential of the lunar shadow saber was much stronger than the roaming dragon saber. A future subdivine weapon versus a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Xiao Chun knew how to choose. Furthermore, he already had a special feeling for the lunar shadow saber. It would be hard for him to part with it for the rest of his life. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. I'm used to it already. I obtained the roaming dragon saber by chance. In the end, it is not as smooth as the lunar shadow saber. When Yun Kursen heard this, She rejoiced in her heart. She said, "If possible, I would like to buy this heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Do you have any intentions of making a move?" Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Yun Kursen wanted to buy the roaming dragon saber. Although there had not been a new heaven-ranked spirit weapon in the past few hundred years, there were still many heaven-ranked spirit weapons. However, the quality of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon was very good. If there were no accidents, it would not be a problem for it to last for 1,000 years. Hence, there were still many heaven-ranked spirit weapons left in the continent. After all, the roaming dragon saber was only an inferior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. When one reached the Martial King realm, it would be insufficient. With Yun Kursen's talent, it would not be a problem for her to become a Martial King. At that time, it would not be worth it to purchase a heaven-ranked weapon. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you want to buy this heaven-grade weapon?" Yun Kursen nodded seriously, "And you can state your price. I am now the successor of the Yun clan. The resources that I can use are much more than before. I will not let you suffer a loss." Yun Kursen's attitude was very firm. This made Xiao Chen hesitate. He could not use this roaming dragon saber. He could only use it as a backup weapon. If the price was reasonable, it would be fine to sell it. However, the situation was very strange. Xiao Chen found it hard to make a decision. Could it be that this roaming dragon saber had a secret that he did not know? When Yun Kursen saw that Xiao Chen was hesitating, she continued, "Brother Yi, do you know what is the most attractive thing about this auction?" Xiao Chen said, "Linlang Pavilion's decennial auction. Don't they take out some valuable secret manuals, superior grade battle armor, spirit weapons, and some natural treasures? Could it be that there is something else aside from these?" Yun Kursen said calmly, "These are just the basics. The highlight of this auction is the secret treasures." Xiao Chen said doubtfully, "Are you talking about the secret treasures? These seem to be present in every auction. However, there are only a few of them." Yun Kursen explained, "It is a little different this time. The ancient Desolate Land's fiendish demon battlefield is open again. Someone found many complete secret treasures there. This time, there will be a secret treasure in every round of the auction." A complete secret treasure. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he entered deep thought. The method of manufacturing the secret treasures of the ancient era was long lost. Although there were many secret treasures passed down, most of them were not complete secret treasures. The formations in them were more or less missing. Chapter 274. For example, Xiao Chun had obtained the silver warship from the ancient remnant. However, it was badly damaged. After Xiao Chun used the spirit gathering formation to repair it with much difficulty, he could barely fly. He did not know how long it would take for him to repair the offensive formations in it. There was another secret treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was also badly damaged. After he repaired it with the astral iron, he thought he could still use it. However, there were problems now. The damaged nature of secret treasures caused the value of secret treasures to plummet. However, if it was a complete secret treasure, it would be a different story. Yun Kursen continued, "I believe you know the importance of secret treasures to cultivators. You will definitely fancy some secret treasures in this auction. At that time, you will need a lot of spirit stones." After beating around the bush, Yun Kursen returned to the topic. Xiao Chen could not help but laugh hoarsely. If it was really as Yun Kursen said, and there would be a large number of complete secret treasures, it would definitely attract many strong cultivators to come and bid for them. With so many people bidding, the price of the secret treasures would definitely soar. Even with the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones that Xiao Chun had, he might not be able to obtain the secret treasure that he fancied. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, Very well, state your price. I will sell the roaming dragon saber. Yun Kursen revealed a faint smile on her delicate face. She said, "You should have guessed that the roaming dragon saber has some secret to it. That's why I am willing to buy it. Are you not afraid of suffering a loss?" To Xiao Chun, the roaming dragon saber was an unexpected gain. It could be said to be something that cost nothing. To him, it was not a loss. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had studied this roaming dragon saber for a period of time. However, he could not make any headway. He only knew that it was a sharp treasure saber. If Yun Kursen could find some secrets in the saber, it would be her fortuitous encounter. It had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun said with a smile, "It's not a loss. I don't need the blue sea wandering dragon daggers at all. Besides, since you said you wouldn't let me suffer any losses, I believe you will." Yun Kursen was mildly surprised. She did not expect Xiao Chun to be so open-minded. She hesitated for a while before saying, "Actually, there is an inferior grade, heaven-ranked cultivation technique, roaming dragon incantation, hidden within the roaming dragon saber. My Yun clan has a movement technique that comes with it. It is also called the roaming dragon steps. If we use it together with the roaming dragon steps, its might will increase by many times." When Xiao Chun heard this, his expression changed slightly. Among all the manuals, cultivation techniques were the most valuable. This was because martial techniques and movement techniques could not directly increase a cultivator's realm and cultivation. A heaven-ranked cultivation technique was a true top-notch cultivation technique on the continent. Even if it was just a basic cultivation technique, it was still a priceless treasure. As far as Xiao Chun knew, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only had 3 heaven-ranked martial techniques. Only the pavilion master's bloodline could practice them. They were the true treasures of the sect. Yun Kursen continued. However, the cultivation technique inside requires some special methods in order to extract it completely. I promise you that after I obtain the roaming dragon incantation, I will make a copy for you. Xiao Chun took out the roaming dragon saber from the universe ring and handed it to Yun Kursen. "If you can really do it, I can give you this roaming dragon saber." Yun Kursen received the roaming dragon saber and revealed a faint smile on her face. She said, "This is just an agreement between you and me. The one who truly wants to buy the roaming dragon saber is the clan's decision. The 5,000 medial grade spirit stones will be given to you, not a single one missing." Xiao Chun thought for a while and understood the meaning behind Yun Kursen's words. The Yun clan would definitely not leak out the roaming dragon incantation after obtaining it. Yun Kursen wanted to make a copy for him. She had put in a lot of courage. If the Yun clan knew about this, they would definitely not agree. 3 days later, I will gather the spirit stones and give them to you. You should rest first. After Yun Kursen spoke, she took her leave. Late at night, the Yun clan head, Yun Yuji, and a group of elders gathered in a secret room of the Yun clan. They all had grave expressions. An elder said to Yun Yuji, "Clan head, we still have not found out the identity of that Yi Chun. This person seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. We only know that he went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with Feng Feishue's recommendation letter." When Yun Yuji heard this, he revealed a grave expression. After a while, he said, "Never mind, just give him the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. Don't think about anything else." An elder said, unhappily, "Clan head, 5,000 medial grade spirit stones is the accumulation of our Yun clan over 100 years. Yun Yuji waved his hand and said, "Spirit stones are inanimate objects in the end. With this heaven-ranked cultivation technique, we can nurture at least 10 loyal martial kings. It would be sufficient for our Yun clan to suppress the other 2 great clans in Shiha City. Furthermore, This person has a close relationship with the Feng clan. If we make a move on him, it will be easy to offend the Feng clan. Furthermore, I do not wish to put Kursin in a difficult position. Don't mention the matter of silencing him again. There were still 3 more days before the auction started. During these 3 days, Xiao Chun did not stop. He made good use of his time every day to cultivate, stabilizing his strength as a peak inferior grade martial saint. He was making preparations to break through to medial grade martial saint. Once he became a medial grade martial saint, Xiao Chun would be able to use the large number of medial grade spirit stones in the universe ring. The spiritual energy contained in medial grade spirit stones was not only pure, but it was also very vast. Using a medial grade spirit stone to cultivate for a day was equivalent to cultivating for a week normally. Furthermore, this was based on the density of Lingyun mountain range's spiritual energy. If it was based on the density of spiritual energy on the ground, it would be equivalent to cultivating for half a month normally. This was also why the value of medial grade spirit stones was so high. To cultivators, their lives would come to an end one day. Within a limited amount of time, they would be able to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. Their cultivation would also increase. To Xiao Chun, the large amount of time he could save was incomparably important. Xiao Chun only started cultivating at the age of 15. As for those geniuses, they started cultivating from the moment they were born. They were many times stronger than him. Hence, Xiao Chun did not dare to relax for even a moment. Even so, his cultivation was still lower than those geniuses. Hence, he had to think of other methods. Medial grade spirit stones was one of them. It was an important method for him to catch up to those geniuses. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Chun agreed to sell the roaming dragon saber to Yun Kursin. It was because he urgently needed a large number of medial grade spirit stones. 3 days passed very quickly. Early in the morning, Xiao Chun had just opened his eyes when he felt a strong aura slowly heading towards his courtyard. Xiao Chun got up and rushed out. He discovered the Yun clan's clan head, Yun Yuji. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Yun, is there something you need from me?" Yun Yuji's gaze was like lightning as he scanned Xiao Chun from head to toe. He nodded to himself. Although Xiao Chun's cultivation was not very high, his essence was calm and reserved. There was no sense of restlessness. It was clear that he had put in a lot of effort into it. Furthermore, from the information that he had gathered in the past 3 days, he had gained a deeper understanding of Xiao Chun's strength. He knew that although Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial saint, he was not weak at all. He knew that although Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial saint, his true combat prowess was already comparable to a regular superior grade martial saint. Being able to have such a cultivation at such a young age, his future would be even brighter. Hence, Yun Yuji completely gave up on the idea of killing Xiao Chun to renege on the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. If he was not careful and allowed Xiao Chun to escape, the Yun clan would be in trouble when he matured. Instead, he might as well build a good relationship with Xiao Chun before he matured. In the future, the Yun clan might gain a strong helper. Yun Yuji collected his thoughts and smiled. 5,000 medial grade spirit stones is a large sum for the Yun clan. I only managed to gather them now. With a wha-la-la sound, Yun Yuji flipped his palm, and a large pile of glittering medial grade spirit stones appeared on the ground. Under the sunlight, they were very dazzling. This was not the first time Xiao Chun had seen so many medial grade spirit stones. However, he still felt somewhat excited in his heart. However, he still maintained a calm expression. That's right. Our Yun clan will be going to the auction today as well. Do you want to come with us? Yun Yuji invited warmly. Xiao Chun preferred peace and quiet. Furthermore, He did not want too many people to know about the things he was auctioning, so he could only reject politely. Yun Yuji smiled faintly and did not force the matter. Then he took out a VIP card and handed it to Xiao Chun. He said, "This VIP card can give you a VIP room in the auction. Keep it. Consider it a small token of this Yun's appreciation." Xiao Chun had always been a straightforward person. This VIP card was useful to him and could save him some trouble. Xiao Chun did not reject it and received the VIP card. He thanked Yun Yuji. "Many thanks for Senior Yun's kind intentions. I will remember this favor." Yun Yuji laughed loudly and said, "It is just a VIP card. It is not much of a favor. I will take my leave first." After Yun Yuji left, Xiao Chun slowly calculated in his heart, adding the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones from earlier, the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones from the underground world, and the 200 medial grade spirit stones from the mission reward. There was a total of 10,200 medial grade spirit stones. There was a total of 10,200 medial grade spirit stones. This was a huge sum. If converted to inferior grade spirit stones, it would be 100. Such a large sum was comparable to the accumulation of some noble clans for hundreds of years. If he used all of it for cultivation, it would be sufficient for him for a long time. There were also some inferior grade spirit stones. These inferior grade spirit stones came from a variety of sources. Some were exchanged with gold, some with spirit pills, and many were obtained from bandits in the Devil's Savannah. All in all, there were about 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. To Xiao Chun, these inferior grade spirit stones were no longer very useful. He could only use them as currency to conduct transactions. Aside from this, there were also some demonic cores that he obtained in the subspace. If he exchanged them for spirit stones, they would be a large sum. After he finished his calculations, Xiao Chun said, "No matter how good the treasures in the auction are, I can only spend 3,000 medial grade spirit stones at most. The remainder have to be used for cultivation." Originally, Xiao Chen's goal in the auction was to obtain a lightning-attributed martial technique. At most, he would only need to spend 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, when he heard from Yun Kursen that there would be a large number of secret treasures in the auction, he had no choice but to have another goal. To a regular cultivator, secret treasures could only increase their combat prowess. However, to Xiao Chun, with the help of the Compendium of Cultivation, he could obtain some complete secret treasures. Who knows, he might be able to refine his own secret treasures in the future. Chapter 275. If he could completely grasp the method of refining secret treasures, he would not have to worry about not having enough spirit stones to use in the future. Thus, this secret treasure was something that Xiao Chun wanted to obtain. Not long later, Lu Suifeng rushed over. He had an excited expression on his face. Lu Suifeng said, "Yi Chun, the Yun clan had invited us to the auction. Are you going?" Xiao Chun shook his head. "I have already rejected him. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. I prefer peace and quiet." Lu Suifeng said, "Never mind, I will go with you." The two of them stopped talking and walked out of the Yun residence. After they found out the address of Linlang Pavilion, they immediately headed over. Along the way, they met many cultivators rushing over. They were all heading in the direction of Linlang Pavilion. There were people from all sorts of sects and places. It was very lively. The two of them were not slow. They arrived at the entrance of Linlang Pavilion after 10 minutes. However, they discovered that there were many cultivators gathered at the entrance. However, they were all blocked by the guards. After asking around, they found out that the requirements for this auction were very high. Those without a Martial Saint cultivation or an invitation card were not allowed to enter. This way, A large group of martial grandmasters were blocked at the entrance. There were many of these cultivators, and they all had dissatisfied expressions on their faces. However, they did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Suifeng said in a soft voice, "Fortunately, I am already an inferior grade martial saint. Otherwise, I would not even have the qualifications to enter. This standard is very high. It was necessary for the requirements to be high. The space in Linlang Pavilion was fixed. If so many people were allowed in, the seats would not be high. Then, the auction would not be able to continue." The two of them parted the crowd and walked towards the entrance. The guards at the entrance took a look at their cultivation and let them in. They did not stop them. "Please purchase your tickets first." Just as the two of them stepped through the entrance, they saw a simple counter at the side. A pretty girl behind the counter spoke to them. Lu Suifeng was about to step forward and ask when Xiao Chun stopped him. He took out the VIP card that Yun Yuji had given him. The woman took the VIP card and glanced at it. She immediately smiled and said, "So the two of you have a VIP card. In that case, there is no need to buy a ticket. You can go directly to the second floor and find the room number." Xiao Chun took back the VIP card and walked to the second floor of the auction house with Lu Suifeng. The auction house had an arched structure. At a glance, the seats in the hall were almost all occupied. It was bustling with activity, and people were surging about. Xiao Chun found a manservant. Under the manservant's guidance, he quickly found his private room. The space in the private room was very spacious. The window was wide open, and one could clearly see everything in the hall from the inside. The field of vision was very wide. Lu Suifeng felt it was strange and asked, "I did not expect there to be a private room." "That's right. When did you get your VIP card? Don't tell me this Linlang Pavilion was opened by that damn fatso." Xiao Chun sat comfortably on the round wooden chair. He took a sip of tea and said, "Of course not. The VIP card was sent by Yun Yuji this morning." Lu Suifeng said, unconvinced, "How depressing. Why didn't that fellow give me one?" Xiao Chun smiled, faintly. "If you sold him a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, he would have given you one. Let's not talk about it anymore. The auctioneer is coming." Lu Suifeng stopped asking and looked through the window. Indeed, he saw the auctioneer walking out with a smile on his face. With the appearance of the auctioneer, the chatter in the hall gradually died down. When the noise completely quieted down, when everything quietened down, the auctioneer's loud and clear voice rang out in everyone's ears. "Thank you, everyone, for participating in our Linlang Pavilion's once-a-decade large-scale auction. I will make a long story short. After a simple introduction of the auction, we will begin immediately. We will not waste everyone's time. This auction will be divided into 10 rounds. The things auctioned will be more precious with each round. It is as everyone guessed." After the auctioneer said this, he paused for a while before raising his voice. "In every round, we will auction a complete secret treasure. That's right, a complete, undamaged ancient secret treasure that can be used immediately after the auction." Just as the auctioneer's passionate voice fell, the quiet hall was immediately filled with the sounds of discussions. The hall became noisy once again. "It is really a complete secret treasure, a total of 10 complete secret treasures. Linlang Pavilion is really generous. I heard long ago that the gates to the demon battlefield reopened. Looks like after this auction, there will be even more cultivators going there to try their luck. Haha, without the cultivation of a martial king, if you want to go to the demon battlefield, aside from seeking death, there is no other result. Even a martial king might not be safe and sound there. This time, I heard that many famous martial kings have died there. Demon battlefield. This was the second time Xiao Chun heard of this term. Xiao Chun thought to himself, What kind of place is that? Why would there be secret treasures there? If I have time in the future, I can go there and join in the excitement. The auctioneer looked at the hall and was very satisfied with the effect of the discussion. After the voices gradually became weaker, the auctioneer looked at the hall and was very satisfied. After the voices slowly weakened, a clear and resonant voice rang out once again. The rules of the auction will not change. Everyone knows this, so I will not say it. There is only one change. All transactions can only be completed with spirit stones. A medial grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Now, the auction officially begins. The first auction item will now be revealed. It is a superior grade spirit stone. The starting bid is 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The auction will now begin. The first item to be auctioned was actually a superior grade spirit stone. Not only was Xiao Chun in his booth surprised, but everyone in the hall was also shocked. A superior grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 medial grade spirit stones, which was 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, everyone knew that this was not how the price was calculated. Just like how no one would be foolish enough to exchange a medial grade spirit stone for an inferior grade spirit stone for no reason, no one would use a superior grade spirit stone to exchange for an inferior grade spirit stone. The value of a superior grade spirit stone was no longer as simple as a spirit stone. It could be considered a natural treasure. The spiritual energy contained in it was not only incredibly pure, but it was also large and gentle. A cultivator of any cultivation realm could use it. For cultivators below Martial Saint, it could even raise their cultivation by an entire realm. However, no one would use a superior grade spirit stone when they were below Martial Saint. That would be a waste of a treasure. Only when one was a martial king or martial monarch would they be able to completely absorb the energy in the superior grade spirit stone without wasting anything. With the density of spiritual energy in the great Qi nation, the few spirit veins might not even produce a single superior grade spirit stone within 10 years. This showed how rare superior grade spirit stones were. When Xiao Chun saw the superior grade spirit stone glowing with a spiritual light, he could not help but be tempted. A superior grade spirit stone was something that could only be found and not sought. It had a fatal attraction to almost all cultivators. Lu Suifeng shook his head and sighed. A large-scale auction is really different. This is only the first auction item, and I can't help but want to buy it. Perhaps it was because the superior grade spirit stone was too shocking to the crowd. There was a momentary silence. No one immediately called out a bid. 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones. I bid 30,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 50,000. However, after that, there was a continuous stream of bids in the hall. Every time, the price increased by 10,000. Soon, the price of the superior grade spirit stone reached 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. After the price passed 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones, the number of bids decreased. After all, although a superior grade spirit stone was good, there was a limit to its value. A martial saint would only be able to obtain 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones in a year through all sorts of missions and hard work. If they did not have any fortuitous encounters, they would only be able to obtain 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones at most. That would be considered doing well. If they did not do well, they would be lucky to have 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Even so, 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones would require 5 years to accumulate. If they only used one superior grade spirit stone, the gains would not make up for the losses. After all, a superior grade spirit stone could only be used after one became a martial king. Not being able to use it after buying it was a problem. 60,000, 70,000, 75,000, 80,000. After the hall was silent for a while, there were bids again. At this moment, the ones bidding were all martial kings and cultivators with strong clans and sects backing them. The auctioneer revealed a joyful expression. He originally thought that the bid would only reach 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. He did not expect it to reach 80,000. 80,000 going once, 80,000 going twice. Is there anyone who bids higher than 80,000? If there is none, this superior grade spirit stone will belong to the person in booth 8. In booth 8 on the second floor, there were two old men watching the auction below with indifferent expressions. These two old men were famous solitary martial kings in the Shiha province. However, if one looked carefully at their eyes, they would discover that under their indifferent expressions there was a hidden evil intent. They were incomparably ferocious. If the people below saw their appearances, they would definitely be able to recognize their names. One of them was Gu Yuntian, and the other was Gu Yunfei. These two were blood-related brothers. They had a famous nickname in the Shiha province. They were known as the Shiha Twin Demons. They were very ruthless in their actions. Killing others for their treasures was a common occurrence. Gu Yunfei smiled and said, "Big brother, it looks like this superior grade spirit stone belongs to you." Gu Yuntian smiled faintly and said, "I have been stuck at early stage inferior grade martial king for 10 years already. With this superior grade spirit stone, I will definitely be able to reach peak inferior grade martial king." One should not underestimate the difference between early stage inferior grade martial king and peak inferior grade martial king. After martial saint, it was very difficult to advance by a grade. However, with every increase in grade, one's strength would increase significantly. When one became a martial king, this situation would be even more obvious. Some cultivators with insufficient talent would be stuck at early stage inferior grade martial king for their entire lives. If one did not have enough talent and wanted to advance further, they could only think of other methods. This superior grade spirit stone was one such method. In booth 9, beside booth 8, a group of Night Spirit Palace disciples sat together. One of them said, "Senior Brother Mu, are you not going to bid for this superior grade spirit stone?" Chapter 276. The youth addressed as Senior Brother Mu was the top expert of the Night Spirit Palace, Mu Qingxue. He revealed a casual smile on his handsome face. He said, "Superior grade spirit stones are indeed precious. However, the price is already too high. There is no need to make a move. Furthermore, to me, it is something that is not essential. If I have it, it would be the icing on the cake. If not, it would not matter." The other disciples did not understand Mu Qingxue's words. Only Mu Yanxue understood what he meant. Superior grade spirit stones were very useful to cultivators with low talent. For example, Gu Yuntian. Although he had advanced to martial king, he was not talented enough. He was stuck at inferior grade martial king for 10 years. However, to a genius like Mu Qingxue, such a huge bottleneck could not happen to him. With Mu Qingxue's talent, he would only encounter such a huge bottleneck after he became a peak superior grade martial king. Hence, this superior grade spirit stone would only be the icing on the cake for him. Inside the booth, Xiaochen thought for a while. In the end, he decided to give up. His reason was the same as Mu Qingxue's. The price of 80,000 inferior grade spirit stones was already too high. It was not worth it to buy it. Furthermore, he still had the Golden Lion King's spirit core in his universe ring. The Golden Lion King had the bloodline of an ancient mutated beast. Its spirit core was no weaker than a superior grade spirit stone. In the future, if he met with a bottleneck, He could use the Golden Lion King's spirit core to replace it. 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. I want it. Just as the auctioneer was about to close the deal, another bid resounded in the hall. Furthermore, it was 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones in one go. The auctioneer revealed an excited expression. He said excitedly, "Booth 20, someone bid 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? This is a superior grade spirit stone. It can raise a martial king by 1 grade. Friend in booth 8, do you still want to raise the bid?" Bang! Gu Yuntian smashed the teacup on the table with his palm. The teacup immediately shattered into powder. The indifferent expression on his face completely disappeared. He became very ferocious and revealed a murderous intent. Gu Yunfei said, "Big brother, I still have 150,000 inferior grade spirit stones here. Let's see if he still dares to raise the bid." A cruel smile appeared on Gu Yunqian's face as he said, "There's no need. I want to see who dares to compete with me. I will make him spit it out with interest." Gu Yunfei reacted, and a smile appeared on his face. He had almost forgotten what he was doing. After the auction, he could just snatch it back. When Xiao Chun heard the bid of 100,000 silver taels, he was mildly astonished. This was obviously not the true value of a superior grade spirit stone. It was too much of a loss. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian's spiritual sense shot toward booth 20 like an arrow. A moment later, he saw the owner of booth 20, Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen said doubtfully, "What does he want this superior grade spirit stone for? With his talent, there is no need for it." Chu Chaoyun, who was in the private room, frowned slightly. It was like he could feel someone spying on him. He said to the girl beside him, "Go out and check who is in private room 8. I can sense 2 intense killing intents." Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. He thought that Chu Chaoyun had sensed his spiritual sense. It turned out that it was someone else. In the end, no one made a bid for the superior grade spirit stone. Chu Chaoyun won it at the exorbitant price of 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The auction continued. The second item was not as dazzling. It was only an inferior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. The starting bid was 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. In the end, it was won by a cultivator from a small sect for 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Aside from the superior grade spirit stone at the start, the other items in the first round were very precious. However, Xiao Chun was not interested in them. On the other hand, Lu Suifeng spent 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones to bid for a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. That martial technique was pretty good. It was considered a good item among superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques. Soon, the first round of the auction was about to end. At the final moment, the auctioneer's voice was clearly much more excited. Suddenly, 2 cultivators went up to the auction platform. The auctioneer explained, "Everyone should be able to guess what the final item is. We have decided to use the most thorough method to display this secret treasure to everyone." Of the 2 cultivators, one had a very high cultivation. He was as strong as a peak superior grade martial disciple. The other was only an ordinary martial grandmaster. The auctioneer nodded to the 2 of them. The peak martial saint started to store up energy. His aura slowly gathered. The nearby cultivators could feel the pressure. When his aura reached its peak, the peak martial saint roared ferociously and punched at the martial grandmaster in front of him. Boom! Before everyone's astonished gazes, a light barrier suddenly appeared on the martial grandmaster's body. When the peak martial saint's full-powered strike struck the light barrier, it gave off a muffled sound. There were ripples on the light barrier, but it did not show any signs of breaking. On the contrary, the peak martial saint's complexion turned pale from the rebound of the light barrier. He was knocked back a few steps before he slowly stabilized himself. The martial grand master dispersed the light barrier. He was not injured at all. He removed a jade pendant from his neck and handed it to the auctioneer. After that, he took his leave with the peak martial saint. The auctioneer received the jade pendant and said in a clear and resonant voice, "Earlier, everyone saw it for themselves." This jade pendant allowed the martial grand master to easily block the full-powered strike of a peak martial saint. Furthermore, it is not just a simple block. It can reflect a third of the force back to the enemy. According to the tests of our Linlang Pavilion, this secret treasure can block the full-powered strike of a peak medial grade martial king at best. The only flaw is that it can only be used once a day. Aside from that, there are no other flaws. The auction will begin now. The starting bid is 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 2,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Linlang Pavilion's reputation had always been very good, since the other party said that it could block the full-powered strike of a peak medial grade martial king. Then it must be true. If that was the case, the use of this jade pendant was rather horrifying. Although it could only be used once a day, it could save one's life at the most crucial moment. It might even be able to turn the tables. This was because the light barrier could reflect the force of the attack. In a situation where the opponent did not know about it, it was a very good trump card. Such a secret treasure was very useful for cultivators. Everyone would encounter danger. It would increase their chances of survival. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "This is a good thing. There are really many of them. If it does not exceed 100,000 spirit stones, I would want to buy it." Xiao Chun was very interested in this secret treasure as well. If it could block the attack of a peak medial grade martial king, then it would be very useful. 20,000, 35,000, 50,000, 80,000. The bidding for this jade pendant was even more intense than for the superior grade spirit stones. In just a moment, someone called out the price of 80,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Lu Suifeng muttered to himself, "It looks like people are afraid of death." Xiao Chun thought for a while and made his move at this moment. 100,000. Lu Suifeng was somewhat surprised. He said, "Yi Chun, you want to bid for this jade pendant as well? I thought you would not need it." In his opinion, Xiao Chen's movement technique was already very fast. Even if there was an opponent that he could not defeat, he could use his movement technique to escape. Rather than spending a large amount of spirit stones to buy a defensive secret treasure, he might as well wait a while and buy an offensive secret treasure. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "If possible, I would like to obtain all 10 secret treasures. Furthermore, this jade pendant happens to be useful recently." After the price reached 100,000, the entire place fell silent. 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones was already a horrifying number. If anyone wanted to bid again, they would have to consider it carefully. 150,000. Right at this moment, a low and deep voice suddenly resounded, and it instantly raised the price by 50,000. It shocked everyone present in the surroundings. The auctioneer immediately grabbed the opportunity and said excitedly, 150,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A cultivator wearing black clothes is really generous. Is there a higher bid than 150,000? Xiao Chun was somewhat astonished. He looked through the window and discovered that the person who bid was a peak martial saint wearing black clothes and a cloak. Under the shadow of the cloak, no one could see his appearance clearly. He looked very mysterious. Xiao Chun thought for a while and continued to bid, 200,000. The auctioneer's mood was completely uplifted. The higher the bid, the more commission he would receive. He said excitedly, "Booth 18 bids 200,000. This cultivator in black clothes, are you going to continue bidding?" The cultivator in black clothes muttered to himself for a while and raised his head to look at Xiao Chen's booth. Xiao Chen looked down and saw a pair of green eyes. It was very strange. The cultivator in black clothes withdrew his gaze and waved his hand to indicate that he had given up. 200,000 was already a sky-high price. Even cultivators with large sects and clans behind them would find it difficult to take out such a sum. Finally, the auctioneer called out the hammer 3 times. Xiao Chen had successfully obtained the first secret treasure. Lu Suifeng said, 200,000 for a defensive secret treasure. Is it worth it? Hey, Yichen, what's wrong? Are you regretting it? Ever since Xiao Chen saw that pair of green eyes, he had not recovered his wits. The shock that those eyes gave him was too great. It was like a demon had crawled out of hell. It was very strange. He had never seen anyone with green eyes before. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said, 200,000 is worth it. It is the full-powered strike of a peak medial grade Marshal King. Did you forget who targeted us when we arrived? With this jade pendant, I will give that person a pleasant surprise. The second round of the auction started. Xiao Chen had already gotten some clues. The first and last items of every round were the most attractive. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen had guessed. The auctioneer slowly took out the first item of the second round. He introduced it with a smile on his face. This is a bottle of quintessence gathering pills. There is a total of 20 of them. Below Marshal King, they can increase the chances of advancing by 20%. No one in the Great Qin Nation can refine such a pill. Even in the Great Qin Nation, there is a limit to the number. The starting bid is still 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Chapter 277. In booth 9, a bright light flashed in Mu Qingshue's eyes. He clenched his fist and said indifferently, I finally got what I wanted. I must obtain this medicinal pill. A true treasure did not need much introduction. The price of the quintessence gathering pill quickly rose to the horrifying price of 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones was a dividing line. Only those who could afford it could afford it. Aside from Marshal Kings, only the disciples of the big clans and sects could afford to pay such a price. Mu Qingxue said indifferently, 200,000. Mu Qingxue increased the bid by 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones in one go. The horrifying price shocked the cultivators who wanted to continue bidding. Even if they could take out 200,000 inferior grade spirit stones, they would not be able to be as calm as Mu Qingxue. It was clear that Mu Qingxue was determined to obtain it and would bid even higher. Booth 9. I seem to recall that Mu Qingxue entered booth 9. No wonder he is so rich and overbearing. As the first successor of the Night Spirit Palace and the strongest of the new generation, the resources that he can mobilize are not something that a regular person can compare to. The people who can compete with him will probably give up on the account of the Night Spirit Palace. Right, to prevent each other from raising the price. When that happens, everyone will be at a disadvantage. It is best to give each other some face. When the people below saw that no one made a bid and that the price had exceeded 200,000, they started to discuss it. The auctioneer on the platform could no longer remain calm. Even if this quintessence gathering pill was sold at its normal price, it would be worth 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Now, the price had only doubled. After deducting the channel fees, Lin Lang Pavilion would not be able to earn much. The auctioneer said loudly, only 200,000? This is a genuine quintessence gathering pill. You will not be able to buy it outside of Linlang Pavilion in the Great Qin Nation. 250,000. The auctioneer's eyes lit up. He laughed loudly and said, "Booth 18 has made a bid. 250,000. The esteemed guest in booth 9, are you afraid to bid?" The auctioneer's words were very provocative. At certain times, he could increase the anger of others. Most people would fall for it if they were not rational. A faint killing intent appeared in Mu Qingshue's eyes. He said in a cold voice, 300,000. Xiao Chun had come out this time for the sake of this quintessence gathering pill. Originally, he thought that he had brought 400,000 inferior grade spirit stones with him. He was confident that he would be able to obtain it. Who knew that someone like Chen Yaojin would appear and completely ruin his plans? Xiao Chen had to obtain this quintessence gathering pill. This quintessence gathering pill was very important to him. This quintessence Xiao Chen had to obtain. This quintessence gathering pill was very useful to him. Xiao Chen would be able to use medial grade spirit after medial grade martial spirit. He said without hesitation, 400,000. He said, mu thousand. Spirit. And said, mu Chen have mu, and said, mu, he have. I have v mu, I can, mu, I have mu. I only have 5,000. 10 spirit. 10 spirit. Xiao Chen 1,000 spirit. Spirit 1,000. Xiao Chen with spirit was Ling Chen 500,000. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He said casually, 500,000. The entire hall was silent. No one had expected a bottle of quintessence gathering pill to reach such a high price. 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A regular martial saint would have to work hard for 50 to 60 years before they could obtain it. It was an astronomical figure. However, this person did not hesitate to spend it on a bottle of quintessence gathering pill. Booth 18. Why is it booth 18 again? The person who won the first secret treasure seems to be this person as well. I wonder who this person is. He actually dares to snatch Mu Qingshue's things. There will be a good show to watch later. A person who can take out 700,000 inferior grade spirit stones is definitely not someone to be trifled with. There is no need to fear the Night Spirit Palace. Xiao Chun made his move again. He immediately became the focal point of everyone's discussion. The auctioneer on the auction platform was very excited. His face was filled with an excited smile as he said, 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who intends to make a higher bid? The friend in booth 9, do you not want it anymore? Mu Qingshue's expression turned gloomy. He remained silent and clenched his right fist tightly. The other Night Spirit Palace disciples in the booth all felt a chill. They trembled in fear. They had never seen Mu Qingxue so angry before. After a while, Mu Qingxue relaxed his frown. He lay down gently on the round wooden chair. He shifted his center of gravity, causing the floor to sizzle. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Mu Yanxue, who was familiar with Mu Qingshue's character, knew that he was truly angry and had a murderous intent. After calling out 3 times, no one answered. Xiao Chun successfully put away the bottle of quintessence gathering pill. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Lu Suifeng said in astonishment, Xiao Chun, where did you get so many inferior grade spirit stones? 500,000. Xiao Chun smiled and said, I had a lot of high-ranked demonic cores in the subspace. If I sold them all, they would be worth 200,000 inferior grade spirit stones. I can still afford it. Originally, Xiao Chun planned to keep the demonic cores in the universe ring for himself. It looked like he could only use them here. No matter what, he could only use 7,000 of the 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. That was 700,000 inferior grade spirit stones. He had to keep the rest for himself. The second round of the auction continued. Xiao Chen noticed that the items in this round were much more precious than the previous one. Unfortunately, the item he was waiting for did not appear. The atmosphere of the auction became increasingly lively. Many cultivators managed to buy the treasures that they wanted. Soon, the second secret treasure appeared. It looked like an ordinary pair of boots. However, after the demonstration, everyone discovered that it could increase the user's movement technique by close to 20%. This 20% was not to be underestimated. To martial masters and martial grandmasters, 20% was only that much. However, to high-ranked cultivators, their speed was already very fast. If they increased it by 20%, their speed would be very horrifying. After the auctioneer found someone to demonstrate it, he smiled and said, "I have given this pair of boots a nice-sounding name, Windwalk boots. 20% increase in speed. Whether it is escaping or attacking, one can advance or retreat at will. Furthermore, there are no restrictions on the usage of these boots. It will only increase the exhaustion of essence. The starting bid is still 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones." There were simply too many good things. Xiao Chen immediately took a fancy to the Windwalk boots. He calculated the spirit stones he had in his heart. However, he discovered that he did not have enough spirit stones. He spent 200,000 on the first secret treasure and 500,000 on the medicinal pills. That was 700,000. He originally had 1,200,000 inferior grade spirit stones. If he sold the demonic cores, he would be able to gather about 1,500,000. That was to say, he only had 800,000 inferior grade spirit stones left. He still had 3,000 medial grade spirit stones, so he only had 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones left. Xiao Chen thought to himself, if it exceeds 300,000 inferior grade spirit stones, I will not buy it. I still have to save some money to purchase a lightning-attributed martial technique. As Xiao Chen was thinking, the bidding price of the Windwalk boots had already reached 150,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 200,000. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen made another move. He raised the bidding price by 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The fiery atmosphere in the hall immediately turned silent. It is booth 19 again. How many spirit stones does this person have? Even a large clan would not be able to take out so many inferior grade spirit stones in one go. He is really rich. Who is this person? The people on the floor discussed in soft voices. Occasionally, there would be people looking at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen hid himself at the back, avoiding these gazes. 220,000. After a moment of silence in the silent hall, someone finally made a bid. However, it was only an increase of 20,000. Xiao Chen did not hesitate to call out, 300,000. The auctioneer said excitedly, "The guest in booth 18 bid 300,000. Is there anyone who wants a bid higher than 300,000? Humph. The person who made a bid earlier snorted coldly and did not make another bid. After that, no one made another bid. After 3 clangs of the hammer, Xiao Chen successfully obtained this Windwalk boots. The third round of the auction began. Like before, the first item of each round was very eye-catching. However, Xiao Chen felt helpless and did not compete. The following auctions continued. The items were all rather good. However, there was nothing that Xiao Chen wanted, so he did not make a bid. Even when the third secret treasure was auctioned off, Xiao Chen still did not make a bid. The people below heaved a sigh of relief. If Xiao Chen won this secret treasure again, he would block everyone else's path. This might incur public anger. The auction continued. All sorts of secret manuals appeared. However, there was no high-ranked, lightning-attributed secret manual that Xiao Chun wanted. He could not help but feel bored. Suddenly, he frowned and raised his right hand, sending out a strand of purple thunder, true fire. Pussy-eye! In an instant, the purple fire pierced through the wooden door. There was a soft cry of pain coming from outside. At the same time that he made his move, Xiao Chun sent out his spiritual sense at lightning speed. However, he did not find any traces of the person peeping at him. He only saw a trace of blood at the door. What a fast speed, Xiao Chun thought to himself. This person's method of hiding his aura is also very profound. I wonder who it is. Lu Suifeng said in astonishment. Someone is targeting us. Xiao Chun nodded and said, Go out and stay with the Yun clan's people first. I will go out alone later. Lu Suifeng knew that Xiao Chun did not want him to be in danger. After warning Xiao Chun to be careful, he quickly left booth 18. Following that, Xiao Chun kept an eye out. He kept his spiritual sense out, monitoring everything in his surroundings. Suddenly, a pool of flowing water appeared on the floor of the booth that Chu Chaoyan was in. After a while, the water formed into a human figure. It was the girl who went out to gather information. The girl said in a melodious voice, I found the people in booth 8. They are the Shiha twin fiends. I overheard them. They are indeed preparing to make a move on you, senior brother. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and said, So, it is these two clowns. They are of no importance. Lyria, what's wrong with your hand? When Chu Chaoyan noticed a faint wound on the girl's arm, he could not help but feel suspicious. Lyria smiled and said, It's nothing, it's just a small injury. I was asking around for the person in booth 18, and he discovered me. Chapter 278. Chu Chaoyan was somewhat surprised. Lyria's martial spirit was rather special. Her method of hiding her aura was something that even a regular martial king would not be able to discover. The owner of booth 18 is the old friend that senior brother met in Liushang Pavilion. Chu Chaoyan said, So, it is him. No wonder you were discovered. There is no need to bother about him, for now. I have already obtained what I wanted. I can leave after the auction ends. Soon, the auction reached its final round. The auctioneer took out the first item of the 8th round and smiled. The next item is a lightning-attributed peak Earth-ranked martial technique, Wu Kuei Saber technique. According to legend, the Wu Kuei Saber is a divine tree born from lightning. In the ancient era, there was a strong cultivator who comprehended under the Wu Kuei tree. From there, he created the Wu Kuei Saber technique. Of course, the one in my hands is not the true ancient copy. It is just a martial technique that was completed using the incomplete Wu Kuei Saber technique. Although it does not have the might of the legends, it is considered a peak Earth-ranked saber technique. To all the bladesmen here, this is a rare martial technique. The starting bid is still 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He had finally found what he had been waiting for. He did not hesitate to call out, 50,000. The person from booth 18 made a move again. This time, he actually wants this saber technique. Fortunately, I do not need it. Haha, I do not need it either. Otherwise, I would not be able to outbid him. Damn it, I was just looking for a lightning-attributed saber technique. There is no hope now. I can't be bothered to bid anymore. I definitely cannot outbid this person. Even if I bid, it would be pointless. Seeing that no one made a bid in the noisy hall, Xiao Chen did not expect that he could achieve such an effect. When the auctioneer saw this, he became very anxious. Normally, this peak Earth-ranked martial technique would fetch at least 200,000 spirit stones. Now, no one made a bid at 50,000. The auctioneer called out a few more times, but no one made a bid. This is a great loss. The auctioneer cursed Xiao Chun in his heart. In the end, he could only say helplessly, 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. This martial technique belongs to booth 18. Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile and said, "Looks like having too much money can scare people to death. This is a bargain for me." Xiao Chun had finally obtained what he had been waiting for. He had basically achieved his goal in this auction. However, as for the other 8 secret treasures, he had no choice but to take a look. After 4 hours, the auction came to an end. Lin Lang Pavilion sent someone to deliver the items that Xiao Chun had bid for to the private room. Lin Lang Pavilion had a professional appraiser. Xiao Chen's high-ranked demonic cores were sold without a hitch. After selling the demon cores, Xiao Chun started to pay the bill. A bottle of quintessence gathering pills, 2 secret treasures, and a lightning-attributed martial technique. A total of 1,050,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun still had more than 4,000 medial grade spirit stones left. Xiao Chun placed the items in the universe ring and pushed open the door to the private room. He immediately felt an intense killing intent. He smiled faintly and ignored it. Xiao Chun walked out of the door. When Mu Qingxue saw Xiao Chun leave, he revealed a faint smile on his handsome face as he held the holy weapon, Beauty Under the Moonlight. He said, "So it is him." In the depths of Mu Qingxue's right eye, there was a simple and unadorned bronze mirror spinning rapidly. It clearly saw through Xiao Chen's disguise. Not long after Xiao Chun left Linlang Pavilion, he was immediately blocked by Mu Qingxue and the others on the street. Mu Qingxue had a cold smile on his handsome face. It made his exquisite face look even more enchanting. He looked at Xiao Chun and said indifferently, "I seem to remember that we met outside Yunyang City." Xiao Chun had a good memory. He was very familiar with this person. He nodded and said, "We have indeed met before. However, you did not block me today just to say that, right?" Mu Qingxue did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Give me 10 quintessence gathering pills. I will give you 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones." Xiao Chun had spent 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones to buy quintessence gathering pills. However, there were only 20 of them. 10 of them, even if he bought them at normal cost, would cost 25 inferior grade spirit stones. However, Mu Qingxue was only willing to pay 100,000. This was no different from daylight robbery. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "Sorry, this is not for sale. Please move aside. I still have matters to attend to." "Who?" Mu Qingxue's right hand moved with a so sound. He casually placed it on Xiao Chen's shoulder and said softly, "Did I say you can leave? You dare to snatch something that I, Mu Qingxue, have set my eyes on. I will say it again. Are you selling or not?" Mu Qingxue's voice was very soft, but it did not contain any emotions. It was incomparably cold and contained a boundless killing intent. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He replied coldly, "Let go. I am not familiar with you." "Kassier." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he placed his right hand on the saber hilt at lightning speed. He immediately executed the rushing thunder saber techniques, drawing the saber. Mu Qingxue's reaction was not slower than Xiao Chen's. In fact, he was even faster. By the time Xiao Chen's right hand touched the saber hilt, Mu Qingxue had already unsheathed his sword. Bang! 2 dazzling lights flashed in the air. The saber and sword clashed in the air, giving off a melodious clang. A strong wind blew on the street. Xiao Chen's saber arrived first despite being launched later. Although he was slower than his opponent, he used the technique of drawing the saber to increase his speed. The two of them each took 5 steps back. A huge force rebounded from the saber to their arms. This caused Xiao Chen's right hand, which was holding the saber, to go numb. He could not help but become more cautious. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the clear sky. From time to time, muffled sounds of thunder could be heard from the rolling clouds. Mu Qingxue looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said indifferently, "Small perfection state of thunder. No wonder you dare to make a move against me. Unfortunately, it is only small perfection." Hu Qi. Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind Mu Qingxue. Occasionally, there would be lightning tearing through the sky. The other Night Spirit Palace disciples quickly moved to the side. "This is First Senior Brother's state of wind and thunder. This fellow is dead for sure," one of the Night Spirit Palace disciples who was injured by Xiao Chen said excitedly. Mu Yanxue stood quietly at the side, remaining silent. She did not express her opinion. To her, this was a good opportunity to observe Mu Qingxue's true strength. The clouds churned in the sky, the strong wind howled, and lightning flashed. The commotion was huge, attracting the attention of almost all the pedestrians on the street. Xiao Chen's gaze was calm as water. Mu Qingxue was able to perfectly merge the two states of wind and thunder. He was truly worthy of being the top expert of the Night Spirit Palace. Hu Qi. Mu Qingxue pushed off the ground, and a strong wind blew for no reason. Mu Qingxue's body soared into the air. The sword in his hand, which was as gentle as moonlight, contained a boundless killing intent as it stabbed at Xiao Chen. A cold light flashed on the sword, and a horrifying bolt of lightning appeared in the strong wind. Before the sword arrived, the bolt of lightning had already arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His figure flashed on the ground, creating a purple arc. He dodged the lightning bolt before it arrived. Boom! The lightning bolt blasted a large hole in the place where Xiao Chen was originally standing. It kicked up a lot of dust, but the strong wind immediately blew it away. The instant the strong wind scattered, Xiao Chen's figure appeared behind Mu Qingxue. There was a loud crack of thunder in the sky. Xiao Chen carried the surging momentum of thunder as he hacked at Mu Qingxue with the lunar shadow saber. Mu Qingxue flicked his wrist, and his sword immediately blocked Xiao Chen's attack. Bang! 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 The two of them attacked very quickly in the air. When the saber and sword clashed, thunder and lightning appeared continuously. It was so loud that it hurt the eardrums of everyone present. Shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the two of them. When the shockwaves spread out, some of the buildings on the street were immediately crushed into dust. There was an increasing amount of dust in the strong wind. The surrounding people could no longer see the situation clearly. They could only guess the intensity of the battle from the incessant shouts. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He found an opportunity and immediately executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and the clear wind chop. Amidst the strong wind and lightning, Xiao Chen turned into 9 figures. There were 9 gentle breezes blowing on each figure. In an instant, Xiao Chen's killing chi suddenly disappeared amidst the intense battle. It was very strange. Mu Qingxue smiled faintly and said, "Qingyan Peak's secret technique, clear wind chop. You can only see the cool breeze and not the saber. It is just an insignificant skill." The holy weapon, Beauty Under the Moonlight, gave off a magnificent glow. There was a gentle golden moonlight on the sword. Amidst the blurry moonlight, there seemed to be a girl chanting softly. As the girl chanted softly, the surrounding space rippled like countless waves on the surface of water. Mu Qingxue's figure instantly became very blurry. Xiao Chen was startled. This was the Tao of the holy weapon. Mu Qingxue used the holy weapon to temporarily change the laws of this space. So, the 9 figures merged into one in the air and passed through Murong Shue's blurry figure. However, Mu Qingxue's figure appeared in front of Xiao Chun like a mirror image. Xiao Chun had a mocking smile as he looked at Xiao Chun. Then, he quickly flew towards Mu Qingxue. However, at this moment, the distance between him and Mu Qingxue seemed like an eternity. No matter how Xiao Chun moved, Mu Qingxue's figure was always 10 meters in front of him. To Xiao Chun, 10 meters was merely a step. However, this step was a step. Although Xiao Chun was astonished, he did not panic too much. He maintained his composure. Suddenly, Xiao Chun stopped and used his spiritual sense to protect his body. Then he slowly descended. Even so, Mu Qingxue's figure remained 10 meters away from him, slowly descending with him. Pusi-ai! A resplendent beam of moonlight suddenly shone on Xiao Chen's eyes. The melodious voice of a girl rang in Xiao Chen's ears. The moonlight blurred Xiao Chen's vision. The girl's voice interfered with Xiao Chen's hearing. Space started to ripple rapidly. Instantly, Xiao Chen's 5 senses were all gone. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and suddenly grasped the air with his left hand, grabbing the incoming sword blade. Mu Qingxue's face was filled with astonishment. He said, "That's impossible. Your 5 senses are all gone. How can you know where I am attacking?" Xiao Chen remained silent. The lunar shadow saber flickered with a purple light as he chopped at Mu Qingxue's body. Chapter 279. The sword in Mu Qingxue's hand was firmly grasped, and he was unable to dodge this strike. His body turned into gentle moonlight as he was struck by the saber, disappearing into the air. The strange space disappeared, and the strong wind dissipated. Mu Qingxue landed on the ground with a pale complexion. The small world he created using his holy weapon had been destroyed by Xiao Chun, and he had suffered quite a bit of backlash. After suffering a loss at the hands of Xiao Chun in front of so many people, Mu Qingxue's face was very gloomy. "Die! 9 flashes sword!" Mu Qingxue roared angrily, and the strong wind and lightning appeared again. The holy weapon, Moonlight Beauty, reappeared in his hand. Using the force of the strong wind, he quickly appeared in front of Xiao Chun. Layers of golden light appeared on the blade of the sword, changing continuously. Xiao Chun was surrounded by sword images. There was clearly only one strike, but it came from 9 different directions. It made it hard to tell if it was the real body or an illusion, or if it was all the real body. Xiao Chun shouted, "Lone Peak Fatal Blow!" An illusion of a mountain rose from the ground. In the past, the illusion of a mountain would descend from the sky. However, in order to deal with the current situation, Xiao Chun used this move in reverse. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. The instant the Lone Peak Fatal Blow was executed, Xiao Chun quickly circulated his essence and executed the Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations in an extremely short period of time. In an instant, the illusion of 9 mountains appeared in the sky. The mountains overlapped, and it was impossible to tell which was the real one. Dang! 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 9 metallic clangs rang out at the same time. In the next moment, the figures of the mountains and Mu Qingxue merged together. The 2 of them shouted loudly, and their auras were incomparably ferocious as they exchanged another move. 2 bolts of lightning streaked across the sky at the same time, illuminating the gloomy sky like the sun. After a while, there were 2 roars of thunder, and the 2 of them retreated 9 steps. "Kasie!" Mu Qingxue sheathed his sword, and the beauty of the Moonlight Beauty immediately disappeared. He said indifferently, "You may leave." Xiao Chen's expression remained incomparably calm. There were no fluctuations at all. He sheathed the lunar shadow saber and slowly walked forward. The two of them were equally matched. If they didn't bring out their true abilities, they wouldn't be able to determine the victor even after exchanging 100 blows. It was obvious that the two of them would not use their trump cards in public. Doing so would only expose some of their trump cards. Who exactly is this person? He actually managed to fight Mu Qingxue to a draw. Since when did such a young expert appear in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? I remember now. 3 days ago, he was also the one who injured the second son of the Shi family. Even the fourth elder of the Shi family couldn't do anything to him. So it's him. He's really daring with so many people. Mu Qingxue and the Shi clan are not to be trifled with. He just used the Qingyun secret technique. He must be from Qingyun Peak. He must be a disciple of Qingyun Peak. However, I heard that Qingfeng has been in decline for many years. However, this person is really low profile. He did not even leave behind a name. He managed to fight to a draw with Mu Qingxue. At the very least, he will be famous in the Shihe province. When the surrounding cultivators saw that Xiao Chun was not at a disadvantage against Mu Qingxue, they were all astonished. A night spirit palace disciple walked over to Mu Qingxue's side. He asked in confusion, "First senior brother, why did you let him go?" In the boundless void in the depths of Mu Qingxue's right eye, the copper mirror shone with a faint light. It was as though it could see through everything in the world. Xiao Chen's true appearance was imprinted on the copper mirror. Mu Qingxue memorized this appearance in his heart. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he smiled faintly. The higher a person flies, the more painful the fall will be. Let him fly for a while longer. In the Yun residence of Shihe City, after Xiao Chen ended his fight with Mu Qingxue, he immediately rushed to the Yun residence to look for Lu Suifeng. Xiao Chen said, "Suifeng, you should go back alone this time. Go through the Devil Savannah with the Yun residence's merchant group. There should not be any danger." Lu Suifeng felt it was strange, so he asked, "Why? Is there something else?" Xiao Chen looked up at the boundless sky. During his fight with Mu Qingxue earlier, he felt that indistinct killing intent again. This proved that the mysterious cultivator who followed the two of them through the Devil Savannah was still very patient. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and nodded. "That person's target is me. There should be no problem for you to go alone. I have decided to stay with the Yun clan for a while longer." Lu Suifeng thought for a while and said, "In that case, be careful. When necessary, don't go all out." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I do not fear this person at all. I just want to cultivate for a while longer and capture him completely. I just want to know who the person behind him is." Lu Suifeng did not say anything more. After he communicated with the Yun clan, he left Shihe City with the Yun clan's merchant group in the afternoon. As for Xiao Chun, he asked for a quiet courtyard from the Yun clan. This was something that Yun Yuji could not ask for more. Along the way, Yun Yuji had heard about the fight between Xiao Chun and Mu Qingxue. Being able to fight Mu Qingxue to a draw made him value Xiao Chen's potential even more. Late at night, the full moon hung quietly in the sky like a plate. In the bedroom, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the bed. He took out 2 quintessence gathering pills and poured them out. When a cultivator below Martial Monarch consumed the quintessence gathering pill, their chances of breaking through would increase by at least 20%. The lower their cultivation, the higher the chances. Right now, Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial saint. 1 quintessence gathering pill could increase his chances of breaking through by 40%. 2 would be 80%. In addition to his own accumulations, breaking through to medial grade martial saint should not be a problem. Xiao Chun placed the 2 quintessence gathering pills in his mouth. The pills melted in his mouth, and turned into a refreshing liquid. It flowed down his throat and into his blood vessels, merging with his blood. Xiao Chun slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to speed up the absorption of the quintessence. After the purple thunder divine incantation completed a small cycle, he completely absorbed the medicinal energy of the 2 quintessence gathering pills. Bang! In the qi whirlpool in his dantian, Xiao Chun felt a strong energy gush out. The crystalline purple qi whirlpool started spinning frantically. Is this the strength of the quintessence gathering pill? Xiao Chun thought to himself, how horrifying. This is almost as much energy as I can absorb in a month. Although the strong energy was very berserk, it was maintained at a certain level. It continuously tested the limits of what Xiao Chun could endure. This way, it ensured that Xiao Chun could break through safely. It was like a bottle containing water. Xiao Chun's body was the bottle, and the essence in his body was the water in the bottle. If Xiao Chun wanted to break through, he had to increase the volume and quality of the water, making the bottle bigger. This was a very dangerous process. However, the quintessence gathering pill gave Xiao Chun's energy a formless and gentle barrier. It could ensure that the bottle would not be forcefully broken by Xiao Chun. With the protection of the quintessence gathering pill, Xiao Chun circulated the purple thunder divine incantation without any worries. The pure lightning-attributed essence of heaven and earth flowed into Xiao Chun's body like water. The room was filled with a purple light. Xiao Chun's heart was as calm as water, like an ancient well. 1 great cycle passed, 2 great cycles passed. In the end, the purple thunder divine incantation circulated a total of 72 great cycles. Bang! A crisp sound came from Xiao Chun's body. The original bottle suddenly shattered. After a while, it formed a new bottle. The quantity and quality of the essence in the bottle had increased by 20%. Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and 2 purple lights flashed. He looked at the remnant purple energy in the room and said excitedly, I did it! It was worth spending so many spirit stones to buy the quintessence gathering pill. It is really effective. Hu-chi. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the remnant lightning-attributed energy in the room immediately formed a purple whirlpool. With a schwa sound, it all flew into Xiao Chun's right hand. Xiao Chun's right hand immediately turned crystal clear, giving off the color of glass. With a thought, a strand of purple flame appeared on Xiao Chun's index finger, spinning continuously. So, Xiao Chun flicked his finger gently, and the purple flame crashed into the wooden table in the room. The wooden table did not give off any sound, and immediately turned into a pile of dust. Xiao Chun got up and muttered, Now that I am a medial grade martial saint, even a regular inferior grade martial saint would not dare to receive a casual strike from the purple thunder true fire. This can be considered one of my trump cards. I should go out and test out the magic treasures that I obtained from the auction first. Later, when my essence is completely stable, I can use the medial grade spirit stones. When Xiao Chun pushed open the door, sunlight immediately shone in. He squinted his eyes and said softly, It is actually noon already. Indeed, there is no concept of time when cultivating. Xiao Chun shook his head and went out to wash up. Then, he entered the courtyard feeling refreshed. He took out the windwalk shoes from the universe ring and put them on. The instant Xiao Chun put on the windwalk shoes, he immediately felt a strange energy flow through the meridians in his feet and quickly connected with his mind. With a thought, he could use the windwalk shoes immediately. Looking at the windwalk shoes, Xiao Chun smiled gently. I did not expect a complete secret treasure to be so convenient to use. The formation markings in it are definitely not damaged at all. Let's not think about this for now. Let's test out the speed of the windwalk shoes first. Let's see how fast it is. Xiao Chun looked around the courtyard and quickly circulated the essence in his body for the blue dragon cloud soaring art. In the next instant, he turned into a beam of purple light and ran quickly around the courtyard. Pussy-eye, Pussy-eye. Xiao Chun raised his speed to the limits of his body. At this moment, his speed was infinitely close to the speed of sound. His body gave off an ear-piercing sound of friction with the air. The air was like a calm surface of water. With the sound of the explosion, the surface of the water rippled continuously, forming a horrifying shockwave. Immediately, a strong wind blew in the courtyard. The sand billowed, and the small trees fell to the side. It looked like they would be uprooted at any moment. Xiao Chun thought to himself, the blue dragon cloud soaring art is the exclusive movement technique of the blue dragon martial spirit. It is at least medial grade heaven ranked. I cultivated it to small perfection long ago. Unfortunately, I could not break through the bottleneck after that. As a result, my speed has been stuck in the middle, unable to reach the speed of sound. Let's see if the speed of the windwalk shoes can help me make a breakthrough. With a thought, the formation markings in the windwalk shoes immediately activated. In the next moment, Xiao Chun felt his body lighten. The ear-piercing sound of the explosion disappeared, and the strong wind in the courtyard subsided. Chapter 280. Everywhere Xiao Chun passed, he left behind afterimages. After a long time, the afterimages slowly disappeared. I really reached the speed of sound. Xiao Chun stopped walking and revealed a joyful smile. After reaching the speed of sound, his body had already started to merge with the air. The friction created would naturally disappear into the wind, and there would not be any intense sonic booms. Xiao Chun withdrew his smile and said, "Most cultivators can only reach the speed of sound after they advance to Martial King. These windwalk shoes allow me to reach the speed of sound when I am a medial grade martial saint. The 200,000 spirit stones were not spent in vain. If Murong Chang's state of wind did not improve further, then my speed would have already surpassed his. At the very least, I would not be at a disadvantage against him in terms of speed." Without wasting any time, Xiao Chun continued to test how long his essence could last if he used the windwalk shoes at full power. After 2 hours, Xiao Chun looked at the remaining half of his essence. He said, "It looks like there should be no problem using it for 4 hours. However, when I fight, I will exhaust more essence. I will only be able to use it for about 3 hours. However, that is already pretty good." Xiao Chun took out 2 inferior grade spirit stones and held one in each hand. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and started to recover his essence. After 1 hour, the spirit stones lost their luster and Xiao Chun's essence was replenished. Only then did he slowly stand up. When Xiao Chun looked at the courtyard gates, he was surprised to discover that Yun Kursen had arrived at some point in time. He quickly got up and went over. "Senior Sister Yun, are you looking for me?" A strange look flashed in Yun Kursen's calm eyes. She said, "Yi Chun, you broke through again?" Xiao Chun nodded and smiled, and this is all thanks to the quintessence gathering pill. It probably saved me 2 months of time. Even without the quintessence gathering pill, with Xiao Chun's talent and the cultivation speed of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiao Chun would not be stuck at peak inferior grade martial saint for long. However, being able to save 2 months was also a great help to Xiao Chun. What he lacked the most now was time. Yun Kursen's expression turned calm once more. She revealed a smile on her delicate face and said, "Congratulations! I was just passing by to see you. Since you are cultivating, I will not disturb you anymore. Goodbye." "Wait a moment." Xiao Chun stopped Yun Kursen. Yun Kursen turned around and found it strange. She asked, "Is something the matter?" Xiao Chun nodded. "Good. I want you to help me test the defensive strength of my artifact. Use your strongest move to attack me. That jade pendant was not like the windwalk boots. It was a defensive secret treasure. Xiao Chun would definitely not be able to test it himself, so he would have to find someone to help him. Yun Kursen teased. So, you are looking for me to do hard labor. I was wondering what it was. You are looking for me to do hard labor for free. Xiao Chun could not help but laugh hoarsely. He discovered that after he got to know Yun Kursen, she was not as indifferent as she appeared. She had a cute and mischievous side to her. However, this Yun Kursen was more genuine. Xiao Chun was easier to get along with. He said, "How about one quintessence gathering pill?" Yun Kursen burst out laughing. Her delicate face looked like an orchid. She said, "I was just teasing you. Prepare yourself. I heard that it can block the strike of a peak medial grade Martial King. I can only do my best." Xiao Chun took out the jade pendant and placed it on his chest. He immediately felt a cooling sensation. Like the windwalk boots, the formation markings in it instantly connected to Xiao Chun's mind. It was very convenient to operate. After he got used to it, Xiao Chun had a cautious expression as he said, "Come on, I'm ready." Yun Kursen had a calm expression. Soon, she entered a state of mind as calm as still water. She slowly drew the heaven-ranked roaming dragon saber. The dazzling saber gave off a bright light under the sunlight. Her aura started to gather quickly. Her calm gaze became as sharp as a saber light. The saber in her hand started to tremble slowly. The sound of the saber trembling grew louder and louder. It reverberated endlessly in the surroundings. Formless ripples spread out in the air, creating a strong wind. Boom! The unending sound suddenly merged together and turned into a loud sound rushing to the 9 heavens. The sound dispersed a large patch of clouds in the sky. Without the clouds blocking the sunlight, it was so dazzling that it made one's eyes hurt. Yun Kursen's aura finally reached its peak. It turned into a sharp saber and shot at Xiao Chun. Her figure followed this aura in the air and headed for Xiao Chun. She actually did not show any mercy, Xiao Chun thought to himself as he watched Yun Kursen unleash her peak attack. With a thought, a transparent barrier enveloped Xiao Chun. Bang! When the heaven-ranked spirit weapon struck the barrier, it gave off a loud sound. The surface of the barrier rippled like water. Xiao Chun, who was within the barrier, felt a huge force. He took 2 steps back, but he did not suffer any injuries. On the contrary, Yun Kursen was knocked back by the rebound force. Her complexion was very pale, without any color of blood. Xiao Chun quickly retracted the barrier and walked over quickly. He asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" "It is just a test. There is no need to go all out." Yun Kursen did not answer Xiao Chun's question immediately. She was stabilizing the chaotic essence and surging qi and blood in her body. After a while, Yun Kursen's complexion slowly recovered. She revealed a smile on her delicate face and said, "It's fine. Since it is a test, I have to do my best. That way, you won't have to worry too much when you fight with others in the future." Yun Kursen paused for a while before she said, "I have a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. When I execute the heavenly melody saber technique, my full power strike is equal to an inferior grade Martial King. This barrier did not show any signs of shattering under my full power strike. It should be able to block the full power strike of a medial grade Martial King. A heaven-ranked spirit weapon could raise Yun Kursen's attack power by 50%. Furthermore, she had a saber technique that could raise her attack power. Yun Kursen's attack power was indeed equal to an inferior grade Martial King's. Xiao Chun took out a quintessence gathering pill and tossed it to Yun Kursen. "Many thanks." Yun Kursen stretched out her hand and caught the quintessence gathering pill. She smiled faintly and said, I only found out today that my full power strike is so valuable. It can be exchanged for a quintessence gathering pill worth close to 30,000 inferior grade spirit stones. It looks like when I have time, I have to come here more often. In a few days, I will be rich. Xiao Chen blushed with shame in his heart. He smiled gently and said, "In that case, I would become a pauper." The two of them smiled at each other and chatted for a while. Finally, because someone from the Yun clan came to summon Yun Kursen, they ended their conversation. After Yun Kursen left, Xiao Chun tried to use the jade pendant on his chest. However, there was no reaction. He could not make contact with it. It looked like it was, as Lin Lang Pavilion said, it could only be used once a day. After resting for a while, Xiao Chun took out some dry rations from the universe ring to eat. After a while, he took out the lightning-attributed, high-ranked martial technique, Wukuei Saber Technique. The Wukuei Saber Technique had a total of 9 moves. It was a typical lightning-attributed martial technique. Its original form was an incomplete heaven-ranked martial technique from the ancient era. Later, it was patched up, and its might was much weaker than the original. Many of the martial techniques in the Sky Martial Continent were actually derived from the ancient martial techniques. Only a small portion were created by the later generations. Patching up an ancient martial technique and adding in one's own insights and viewpoints was also a type of martial technique. However, it was much rarer than the previous 2 types. The reason was none other than the incomplete martial technique. It was because the martial technique that was patched up would definitely be incomplete. Comprehending an incomplete ancient martial technique was much more difficult than deriving or creating one's own insights. Furthermore, adding in one's own viewpoint and merging it with the viewpoints of an old friend was even more difficult. These 2 reasons caused this type of martial technique to be very rare. Under the blazing sun, Xiao Chun carefully looked at the Wukuei Saber Technique. With just one glance, he was deeply immersed in it. He only managed to finish reading it when it was dusk. Closing the book, Xiao Chun felt many emotions in his heart. He muttered, "The person who edited this book is truly a genius." Not only did he completely comprehend the thoughts of the ancients, he even corrected a few mistakes. He merged his own comprehension with the wisdom of the ancients, forming a new fusion. If this person had not obtained an incomplete copy, the might of this new Wukuei Saber Technique would not be any weaker than the ancients. The instant he closed the book, Xiao Chen's gaze inadvertently landed on a line of blurry words on the last page of the book. That line of words was written in the ancient era, which was the traditional Chinese characters of Earth. Because the words were blurry and it was traditional Chinese characters, most people would not notice it. Xiao Chen read it out softly. The original work was not detailed. Sang Mu revised it in the year 689 of the Great Qin era. If there are any inadequacies, please correct me. Thunder King Sang Mu. After reading to the end, Xiao Chun was completely stunned. The person who edited this secret manual was actually the Thunder King Sang Mu. If he remembered correctly, the Thunder King was only 20 years old in the year 689 of the Great Qin era. He already had such a horrifying talent at the age of 20, accomplishing something that others could not do in 100 years. What kind of person was the Thunder King of 1,000 years ago? Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered. He thought about the time he met this person. Back then, when the Thunder King taught him the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula, he only said one sentence: 1 move to break 10,000 techniques, 1 chi to shake the world. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's talent was insufficient. Even now, he was still confused about this sentence. He did not understand it at all. As a result, when he used the Battle Sage Origins to imitate a martial technique, there were too many flaws. Thinking about the Thunder King, Xiao Chun remembered that promise again. Don't let her cry. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the lunar shadow saber. He nodded his head solemnly in his heart. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun placed the Wukuei saber technique into the universe ring and prepared to practice the Wukuei saber technique. The Wukuei saber technique had a total of 9 moves. The first 3 moves were the foundational saber techniques, the foundation of the Wukuei saber technique. If he wanted to practice the last 6 moves, he had to completely comprehend the first few foundational saber techniques. The 4th to 6th moves were the sure kill moves. After executing them, every move could force the opponent into a desperate situation. The 7th to 9th moves were the sure kill moves. As the name implied, sure kill meant that the moment the move was executed, it could kill the opponent for sure. Of course, this was just a saying. The so-called sure kill did not mean that the opponent would definitely die when the move was executed. It was just a concept. Xiao Chun placed his right hand on the saber hilt and closed his eyes. His mind was at peace as he entered into a state of meditation. After an unknown amount of time, night fell quietly. There was no moonlight tonight. The courtyard was pitch black. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. The courtyard was completely silent. Chapter 281. Glittering Wukuei. Suddenly, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and waved his right hand. The snow-white lunar shadow saber flashed with a dazzling light in the dark night. Xiao Chun executed the first move of the Wukuei saber technique. A purple branch of the ancient divine Wukuei tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into saber chi and headed for a small tree in the courtyard. It was as fast as lightning. The 5-meter-tall tree was immediately chopped into pieces, which danced in the air in the small courtyard. Wukuei transforms to chi. Xiao Chun executed the second move of the Wukuei saber technique. Instantly, the entire figure of the divine Wukuei tree appeared. It turned into dozens of sharp purple saber chi and turned the tree fragments in the air into dust. Chi breaks Wukuei. Xiao Chun shouted and executed the third move of the Wukuei saber technique. Instantly, the purple saber chi in the air gathered together and formed an extremely sharp saber chi. Under Xiao Chen's command, the sharp saber chi entered the ground with a schwa sound. A hole as thick as an index finger immediately appeared in the ground. This strand of saber chi was incredibly dense. There were no cracks on the sides of the hole. It was smooth and glossy. It was not inferior to the saber chi of a regular peak superior grade martial saint. Kassier. Xiao Chun withdrew his saber and stood upright. When he saw the scene in the courtyard, he revealed a faint smile. The foundational moves of the Wukuei saber technique were much stronger than the first 10 moves of the Lingyun saber technique. Of course, this did not mean that the Lingyun saber technique was inferior to the Wukuei saber technique. The Lingyun saber technique was also a peak earth-ranked saber technique. If there was a person who could perfectly merge the state of mountains and clouds, it would be comparable to the Wukuei saber technique. It could only be said that the Wukuei saber technique was more suitable for Xiao Chun. In his hands, it was much stronger than the Lingyun saber technique. Because he was in the Yun clan, he did not dare to cause too much of a commotion. When Xiao Chun demonstrated these 3 moves, he did not use the state of thunder. He only used 10% of his essence. It was easy to imagine how powerful these 3 moves would be if they were infused with the small perfection state of thunder and unleashed all of their essence. Xiao Chun once again comprehended the concepts of these 3 moves. After a while, he continued to practice these 3 moves. If he did not practice these 3 moves to the great accomplishment stage, Xiao Chun did not intend to practice the remaining 6 moves. The foundation was the foundation, and it had to be firmly laid. At midnight, Xiao Chun stopped practicing his saber and entered his bedroom. He took out a medial grade spirit stone from his universe ring and prepared to use it to cultivate. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the bed and held the spirit stone in his right hand. He closed his eyes and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Boom! The purple thunder divine incantation did not give Xiao Chun much time to prepare. The instant he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, the vast essence in the medial grade spirit stone surged into his meridians like a river. The terrifying Yuan Qi immediately filled up Xiao Chen's meridians and rampaged through them like a wild horse. Xiao Chen frowned. He felt some pain. He calmed himself down and did his best to control this surging spiritual energy. After a long time, after much effort, Xiao Chen finally managed to tame this wild horse, slowly making it docile. After a while, he successfully circulated the spirit stone in a minor cycle and poured it into the purple qi whirlpool. Dida! Dida! The purple qi whirlpool spun rapidly. Drops of crystalline essence, liquid, fell quickly and immediately replenished a quarter of Xiao Chen's essence. Xiao Chun guarded his mind and continued to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. The spiritual energy in the medial grade spirit stone flowed continuously. He circulated it for 5 major cycles before he completely absorbed all the spiritual energy. The purple qi whirlpool was larger than before. Its color was also deeper. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated another cycle. Xiao Chen finally had complete control over the spirit stone in the medial grade spirit stone. After he stopped cultivating, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and tossed away the medial grade spirit stone that had lost its luster. He said indifferently, "1 medial grade spirit stone is equivalent to half a month of my bitter cultivation. No wonder medial grade spirit stones are so expensive." During the days in the Yun residence, Xiao Chun practiced his saber techniques during the day and used the medial grade spirit stone to raise his cultivation at night. Yun Kursen would come by almost every day. Aside from chatting, she would also exchange pointers with Xiao Chun. This was exactly what Xiao Chun wished for. Coincidentally, he needed someone to exchange moves with the Wukuei saber technique that he practiced. After exchanging pointers, the two of them would comment on each other's martial techniques. What surprised Xiao Chen was that Yun Kursen's attainments in the saber technique were exceptionally deep. Her unique understanding of the Wukuei saber technique was very helpful to Xiao Chen. As the two of them discussed it together, Xiao Chen's progress in the Wukuei saber technique was very fast. In 7 days, Xiao Chun practiced the first 3 moves to great perfection. Although there was still a long way to go before he reached consummation, he could feel at ease practicing the remaining 4 to 6 killing moves. Just like this, another half a month passed. Xiao Chun practiced the 3 killing moves to the peak of small perfection. Its might was much stronger than Xiao Chun had imagined. If he combined it with the state of thunder, it would be comparable to the Lingyun saber technique's everlasting startling cloud and twisting road around peak. As for the remaining 3 killing moves, their might would be incomparable. After more than 20 days, Xiao Chun had exhausted a total of 30 medial grade spirit stones. The amount of essence his body could store increased every day. In less than a month, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already stabilized at the peak of early medial grade martial saint. On this particular day, Xiao Chun finished practicing the Wukuei saber technique. He looked at the blazing sun above him and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He said indifferently, "It is time to leave. I hope that person has not left yet. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been wasted." Outside the courtyard, Yun Kursen held a flask of wine and 2 wine cups in her hands. She slowly walked in and sat at the stone table. She filled up the wine cups and smiled faintly. "Here's to you." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and sat down. He picked up the wine cup and drained it in one go. He said, "Strange, how did you know I was leaving today?" Yun Kursen filled up Xiao Chen's cup again and said, "I said it long ago, my judgment of people is very accurate. When I saw your expression yesterday, there was something wrong." Xiao Chen drank another cup and said, "That's right, when are you preparing to return to the heavenly saber pavilion?" When Yun Kursen heard this, an undetectable desolation flashed in her calm eyes. She took a sip of wine and said, "I will probably not go there often in the future. I am now the successor of the Yun clan. My focus will be on the Yun clan." Xiao Chen noticed the desolation in Yun Kursen's tone. He thought of something and asked, "That's right, there is something I have always wanted to ask you. Why is a girl like you so interested in saber techniques? Furthermore, your attainments in saber techniques are so deep." Xiao Chen's question was rather abrupt. However, it was the truth. In the Tianwu continent, when a girl practiced martial arts, their first choice of weapon was the sword. This was easy to understand. The elegance and carefreeness of the sword suited a girl's temperament. That was why there were not as many female disciples in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as there were in the Misty Sword sect. Furthermore, even if some girls learned the saber, they would not spend too much time researching the deeper meaning of saber techniques. Very few girls were like Yun Kursen, completely immersing themselves in saber techniques. Even Xiao Chen felt ashamed of his own inferiority to Yun Kursen's understanding of saber techniques. Thus, Xiao Chen found this question very strange. When she heard this question, Yun Kursen revealed a youthful smile on her delicate face. She said, "My personality dictates it. I have liked the saber since I was young. Later on, I heard some stories about bladesmen, so I decided to become one. After that, I arrived at the holy land of bladesmen. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is no longer the Heavenly Saber Pavilion of the past. I did not see a true bladesman. A true bladesman." Xiao Chen felt it was strange. Could it be that there was a difference between a real and a fake bladesman? Yun Kursen explained, "The bladesman I am talking about is the bladesman of the ancient era. In this world, the sword came before the saber. Do you know why?" Without waiting for Xiao Chen to reply, Yun Kursen continued, "Because the sword is a ceremonial weapon. It represents benevolence, righteousness, and the air of a gentleman. Thus, it is the ancestor of all weapons. Only a person with great boldness can be called a swordsman. However, there are very few people in this world who are able to do that. Most of them are people who try to be cultured and use the name of a swordsman to act like a hypocrite. Later on, there were some people who knew that they could not be a true gentleman. However, they did not want to be hypocritical. Thus, they created the saber. The saber was different from the sword. The saber was a true lethal weapon. It was a lethal weapon that existed to kill. It was not restricted by any rules and regulations. It was for the sake of being able to express one's true self. After Xiao Chen heard Yun Kursen's introduction, he entered deep thought. He felt that he had found some answers to some of the questions that had troubled him for a long time. He could not help but become more interested in this topic. He asked, "Since that is the case, if the saber is a lethal weapon, then the 5,000-odd Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples should all be bladesmen, right?" Yun Kursen shook her head. "Wrong. Lethal weapon is just the surface meaning of the saber. It does not mean that you are a bladesman just because you use the saber to kill people. Instead, you have to have a boldness in your heart, not fearing power, not bowing and scraping. This is a sharpness that can be withdrawn. However, this boldness cannot disappear. Otherwise, you will not be able to express your true self. You will just be a murderous demon even more abominable than those hypocrites. Yun Kursin paused for a while and poured herself a cup of wine. She looked at Xiao Chun and smiled faintly. Actually, I envy you. When I first saw you, I noticed that you were different from the other Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples. In the end, I was right. Even until now, the boldness in your heart has not weakened at all. Instead, it has become sharper and more stable. One day, this boldness will turn into a treasured saber and become your saber soul. At that time, you will be a true bladesman. Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. He felt like he had met someone who understood him. This was the first time he met someone who could understand him so well. He placed the wine cup on the stone table and smiled gently. In your opinion, how many people in the history of the great Qin nation can be considered a true bladesman? Yun Kursin muttered to herself for a while before smiling. You speak too highly of me. What I said is only my understanding. As for whether it is right or wrong, I do not know. However, the ones that I truly admire are the first pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago, and the current commander of the Imperial Dragon Legion, Nangong Yen. The two of them chatted as they drank. In the end, the more they chatted, the more interested they became. They actually drank for the entire afternoon. The two of them were slightly tipsy. Chapter 282. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was red. It was already dusk. He stood up and smiled bitterly. I can't chat anymore. I have to go. If there is an opportunity in the future, let's drink to our heart's content. The sky was as red as fire, because she had drunk too much. Yun Kursin's delicate face also had a tinge of red. It complemented the setting sun, making her look even more beautiful than the setting sun. Yun Kursin stood up and performed a cup fist salute. Take care, we will meet again in the future. Xiao Chen nodded his head. Then he turned around and left his courtyard, heading towards the main gate of the Yun residence. The setting sun was like blood, dyeing his back a bright red, leaving a long shadow on the ground. Yun Kursin sent off Xiao Chun with her eyes. She only withdrew her gaze after he disappeared from her vision for a long time. After Xiao Chun left the Yun residence, he immediately headed out of the city. He was prepared to rush to the port of the Black Dragon River before the sky turned dark. Along the way, Xiao Chun executed the Blue Dragon cloud soaring art. His body moved like a flood dragon on the road. His speed was much faster than the dragon blood horse. When the sun completely set, Xiao Chun finally arrived at the port. The port was brightly lit. It was filled with large cargo ships waiting to set sail. Xiao Chun looked around and casually found a merchant ship. After he stated his purpose and paid, he successfully boarded the ship. The deck was filled with cultivators preparing to cross the river. Xiao Chun found an empty spot and sat down cross-legged. Soon, he entered a state of cultivation and slowly circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. The night passed by silently. When the sky brightened the next day, the merchant ship had already quietly set sail, traveling on the vast and boundless Black Dragon River. Did you hear? The Shiha twin fiends were killed by someone. Their bodies were chopped in half, and they died without a complete corpse. That's impossible. The Shiha twin fiends were inferior grade martial kings. They had roamed the Shiha province for so many years and had been surrounded several times. However, they always managed to escape unscathed. How could they be killed without a complete corpse? I heard about this as well. Someone personally saw their corpses lying on the Devil Savannah. Eventually, they were eaten by wolves. However, I do not know who did it. I know who did it. At that time, I saw it with my own eyes. These two people failed miserably. They blocked the Misty Sword Sect's Chu Chaoyun wanting him to hand over the superior grade spirit stones from the auction. In the end, Chu Chaoyun single-handedly killed them and took away all their belongings. Early in the morning, the deck slowly became lively. A group of cultivators talked about the recent hot topics. When Xiao Chun heard that it was related to Chu Chaoyun, he could not help but listen carefully. Isn't Chu Chaoyun only a peak superior grade martial saint? How could he fight against two inferior grade martial kings at the same time? Even if he won, it would be very difficult. The first person sneered and said, "Hard work? Don't joke around. It was a one-sided slaughter." Especially after Chu Chaoyun used his saint weapon, the two of them didn't even have the chance to run before they were cut in half. That's impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. It is definitely true. At that time, there was a group of bandits on the Devil's Savannah. They were the helpers of the Shiha twin bandit kings. However, when they saw the situation, they fled in fright. Everyone on the deck took a deep breath. They had not expected Chu Chaoyun to be so strong. Killing inferior grade martial kings was as easy as killing dogs. The rising sun leaped out from the east and instantly illuminated the entire river, turning it fiery red. As Xiao Chun watched the rising sun, he revealed a grave expression. He muttered, "Chu Chaoyun is like this rising sun. The instant he makes a move, it can pierce through the darkness of dawn. He is incomparably strong. He once defeated me in one move. If I cannot defeat him in the future, it might leave an eternal shadow in my heart." Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and thought back to his fight with Chu Chaoyun. When he thought about it carefully, he realized that Chu Chaoyun had only used half a move to defeat him. This was because Chu Chaoyun had not fully drawn out that holy weapon. That was the most miserable battle that Xiao Chun had experienced since he made his debut. It could be said to be a heart demon. If Xiao Chun did not get rid of this heart demon, he would face a huge bottleneck sooner or later. Hence, a battle between him and Chu Chaoyun was inevitable. The cultivators on the ship were still discussing Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chun walked to a quiet place and looked at the vast and boundless black Dragon River. "Little brother, are you a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion?" As Xiao Chun looked into the distance, someone came over and greeted him. Xiao Chun turned his head and discovered it was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. He was an early medial grade martial saint. He wore azure robes and carried a large saber on his back. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "And I am a Qingyun Peak disciple. Why are you looking for me?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Nothing much. My son is a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple as well. I am going to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion this time as well. The journey is long. It would be good to find a companion to chat with." When Xiao Chun heard this, his expression relaxed. He smiled warmly and said, "I wonder what is your son's name? Perhaps I might know him." The middle-aged man revealed a proud expression as he said, "My son is Gao Xiang, a Gongyu Peak disciple. He passed the test last year and is already a core disciple. I believe his cultivation has already surpassed mine. Gongyu Peak, Gao Xiang." Xiao Chun was mildly startled in his heart. However, his expression did not change as he said, "I know Gao Xiang. He was already a medial grade martial saint long ago. I wonder why uncle is looking for him." When the middle-aged man heard Xiao Chun say he knew Gao Xiang, he immediately revealed a joyful smile. He said, "So, you are friends with my son. What is little brother's name? It looks like this brat's abilities have already surpassed mine. It was not in vain that I spent a large sum of spirit stones to send him into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." "That's right. What is my son doing now? He has not returned for a long time already. He has not written a letter either. This time, I am going to the Dongming province. Coincidentally, I passed by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and wanted to take a look. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He did not know how to answer this question. He had seen Gao Xiang die in front of him. However, when he saw the smile on the middle-aged man's face, he could not bear to tell the truth. Perhaps it was, as Yun Kursen said, there were no longer any true bladesmen in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. No matter how many reasons there were, they should not send their own disciples to their deaths. The anger in the hearts of the entire upper echelon of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had already vanished. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun said, "I am Yi Chun. However, Uncle, you might have made a wasted trip. Gao Xiang went out for experiential training 2 months ago. He probably will not be back until the end of the year." A look of disappointment flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He said, "In that case, never mind. It is not easy to enter the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Thank you, little brother." Xiao Chun squeezed out a smile with much difficulty. He did his best to maintain a natural appearance and said, "It is just a small matter. There is no need to be so polite. Quick, look, what is that?" Suddenly, someone on the deck cried out. Everyone quickly stopped talking and looked over. They saw a huge black figure quickly approaching the merchant ship on the river 1,000 meters away. In the next moment, the surface of the river started to fluctuate violently. A huge waterspout surged over. It's a black tuna whale, a peak rank 6 spirit beast. It is equivalent to an inferior grade Marshal King. Why are we so unlucky? We only traveled such a short distance, and we already met the black tuna whale. We are finished. When the people on the deck recognized the black tuna whale, they immediately panicked. When Xiao Chun saw the black tuna whale, he was stunned at first. Then he smiled and said, "This is really fate. I managed to meet it again and again. Since you are here this time, don't think about leaving. Little brother, what are you doing? Don't be rash." Gao Xiang's father shouted when he saw Xiao Chun rush up to the deck. The youths nowadays are really reckless. They even dare to clash head-on with the black tuna whale. When the crowd saw Xiao Chun soar into the air, they all mocked him. Xiao Chun, who was in the air, had a calm expression. He ignored the mocking words of the people on the deck. He looked at the 200-meter-tall waterspout without any fear. His speed increased again. Rumble! Boundless clouds surged over from the horizon. The clear sky suddenly turned dark. Muffled sounds came from the clouds. Xiao Chen's state of thunder rose continuously, drawing the saber. When his aura reached its peak, Xiao Chen shouted. A dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the sky, creating a purple waterspout. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand and appeared at the same time as the bolt of lightning. While he was in the air, he carried a boundless aura. Using the might of the supreme thunder, he hacked down on the saber. A magnificent saber light lit up in the dark sky. With a schwa sound, the saber light chopped the horrifying waterspout in half. The terrifying waterspout immediately dispersed and turned into a sky full of rainwater. The rainwater fell onto the deck, drenching the cultivators on the deck. When the people below saw Xiao Chun hack apart the waterspout with his saber, they were shocked speechless for a long time. The people who said that Xiao Chun was reckless all had unnatural expressions on their faces. Small perfection state of thunder. I remember who he is now. He is the Qingyun Peak disciple from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who fought Mu Qingxue to a draw. So it is him. Since when did such a strong disciple appear in Qingyun Peak? I only remember that there was a Murong Chong in the past. However, he already left Qingyun Peak. What is this person called? Someone on the deck finally recognized Xiao Chen. They were all astonished. Gao Xiang's father smiled and said, This person is called Yi Chun. He is my son's friend. Yi Chun. I have never heard of this name before. He should be a new young expert. It looks like the second Morong Chong of our Shiha province is going to rise up. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air and landed firmly on the water surface. Half a month ago, when Xiao Chun faced the weakened waterspout, he could use his physical body to shatter it. Now that he was a medial grade martial saint, it was not strange for him to hack apart the waterspout with his saber. The blue dragon cloud soaring, art circulated. Xiao Chun kicked up a huge wave on the water surface as he charged at the black tuna whale in the distance. From afar, it looked like he was flying on the water surface like a water dragon. Hu Chi. When the huge black tuna whale saw Xiao Chun rushing over quickly, it roared angrily in the water. Countless water swords immediately condensed on the water surface and shot at Xiao Chun. The water swords contained a horrifying energy. They gave off a Z sound as they moved through the air. They were incredibly fast. Xiao Chun grasped the lunar shadow saber and leaped continuously on the water surface. When he faced the water swords flying at him, he sent out a purple saber chi to protect himself. Chapter 283. Dang! 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 The saber chi and the book sword that the black tuna whale sent out clashed intensely and exploded. The shock waves from the explosion caused pillars of water to shoot up from the surface of the water. The river water filled the air. Xiao Chen's body moved nimbly through the shock waves, passing through the layers of water as he stabbed at the black tuna whale. Pussy-eye. The sharp tip of the saber cut a long gash on Heiteng's body, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. On the surface of the water, the black tuna whale did not have any advantage against the astonishingly fast Xiao Chun. After it suffered, it immediately tried to sink to the bottom of the water. The black tuna whale's body was about the size of a huge merchant ship. With such a huge body, it wanted to sink to the bottom of the water. Xiao Chun did not have a good way to stop it. He could only leave a few more bloody wounds on it before it sank to the bottom. The electricity on the saber entered the black tuna whale's body through its wounds. Even though it sank to the bottom of the water, the electricity still crackled and flickered, leaving behind waves on the surface of the water. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, trying to pull him in. Xiao Chun, who had experienced this before, naturally would not be trapped by the same move. Lightning evasion. After comprehending the state of thunder, Xiao Chen's usage of the lightning evasion became even more proficient. He could teleport within 100 meters in one breath. A bolt of lightning flashed by, and Xiao Chen's body immediately landed 100 meters away, avoiding that huge whirlpool. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there were 4 loud sounds on the surface of the water that had just calmed down. 4 waterspouts that were more than 200 meters long and 20 meters wide appeared around Xiao Chun. The waterspouts spun quickly on the surface of the water, filling the sky with rain. They formed a pincer as they quickly closed in on Xiao Chun. Every time the waterspouts spun, they visibly grew by 10 meters. When they were about to close in on each other, they were already very horrifying. Almost all of Xiao Chen's escape routes were blocked in all 4 directions. Even if he flew into the sky, it would not work. Xiao Chun tried to use the lightning evasion technique, but he found that the 4 waterspouts seemed to have formed some kind of barrier. The lightning evasion technique, which could teleport within 100 meters, was useless. Each of the 4 waterspouts had a force of several tens of thousands of Jin. Added together, they had a terrifying force of 100,000 Jin. The situation was critical, but Xiao Chun remained calm. He did not panic because he still had 2 trump cards that could help him get through this situation safely. However, he didn't plan to use it because the real enemy hadn't appeared yet, so it wasn't time to use it yet. 3 flowing cloud images. Xiao Chun drew a circle with his left hand and held the snow-white lunar shadow saber with his right. He danced in the air, creating an indistinct mark. His mental state was at peace, and he immediately entered the state of perfection like water. Suddenly, his figure quickly became blurry. He kept moving on the surface of the water, like a small stream merging with the sea. His entire body turned into water. Bang! The 4 waterspouts merged together and gave off a loud sound. The entire surface of the Black Dragon river started to fluctuate violently. The merchant ship not far away was rocking left and right in the waves. The people on the deck did their best to maintain their balance in the midst of the huge waves. It's over. The 4 waterspouts together have a force of 100,000 Jin. This fellow is going to fall here. The people on the deck looked at Xiao Chun being swallowed up by the waterspouts and said regretfully, the huge waterspout soared into the sky. It was more than 500 meters long. It was much stronger than any waterspout they had seen before. The black tuna whale had used up a lot of essence to create such a strong waterspout. Huchi. Just as everyone felt pity for Xiao Chun, a figure leaped out of the waterspout without any injuries. How can this be? That is a force of 100,000 Jin. Even a medial grade martial king would be crushed into meat paste. He is just a medial grade martial saint. How can he be fine? The people on the deck exclaimed. Indeed, Xiao Chun would not be able to withstand a force of 100,000 Jin. Even 25,000 Jin of force would be enough to severely injure Xiao Chun. Unfortunately, this force was not from a fist. Instead, it was from the 4 waterspouts. After Xiao Chun entered the state of perfection like water, he merged with the water. How could this waterspout injure him? The dark clouds churned even more intensely in the sky. Occasionally, bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense shot into the water like an arrow. He immediately found the black tuna whale at the bottom of the water. He smiled coldly, and a boundless aura started to gather. Rumble! When Xiao Chen's aura gathered to its peak, a huge electric whirlpool appeared in the sky. Boundless lightning flickered around the whirlpool continuously. It formed a horrifying scene. It was like the end of the world. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He intended to try out a move that he had only imagined in the past. That was to merge all the moves of the rushing thunder saber technique and form a new killing move. In the past, when Feng Feishu had told him that the rushing thunder saber technique still had the rushing thunder third chain chop after the rushing thunder second chain chop, Xiao Chun had never given up on trying to comprehend the rushing thunder third chain chop. However, no matter what, the aura of the rushing thunder saber technique was exhausted after the rushing thunder second chain chop. It was impossible to follow up with the rushing thunder third chain chop. From then on, Xiao Chun had a thought. Perhaps the true rushing thunder third chain chop did not follow up with the rushing thunder second chain chop. Instead, it was a completely new move. After he comprehended the state of thunder, Xiao Chun was even more certain of his thoughts. The so-called rushing thunder third chain chop was actually the merging of all the previous saber techniques together. The aura that originally required 5 moves to be condensed was suddenly released together. Suddenly, Xiao Chun shouted loudly. Suddenly, countless riders riding on electric war horses flew out from the huge electric whirlpool. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, vast and boundless. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in the sky. The sound of 1,000 soldiers crossing the river mixed with the rumbling thunder, doubling Xiao Chen's aura once again. This was the true rushing thunder third chain chop. Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses galloping. In the next moment, Xiao Chun led the army and charged into the water from the sky. With a bang, a huge and dense purple saber chi split the wide surface of the Black Dragon River in half. Xiao Chun suddenly paused in midair. His rapidly descending body stopped in midair. His ordinary face was incomparably grave and stern. The bright lunar shadow saber quickly pointed at the black tuna whale, which had revealed itself. The vast army made of pure electricity immediately pounced over. Bang! 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 Every rider that crashed into the mountain-like body of the black tuna whale would give off an intense explosion. Then, they would turn into strands of purple electricity floating in the air. The intense shock waves from the explosions prevented the river on both sides from merging. The black tuna whale's body lay at the bottom of the river, unable to move. There were more than 10,000 explosions. The mountain-like black tuna whale was blasted until it was covered in wounds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Under the relentless attacks, it had no way of resisting at all. The instant all the explosions calmed down, Xiao Chun swung his saber in the air. The boundless electricity floating on the water immediately infused into the saber. The snow-white lunar shadow saber gave off an intense purple light, looking very strange. Die! Xiao Chun shouted, and his figure flashed in the air. He arrived beside the black tuna whale and did not lose any momentum. The lunar shadow saber easily blasted a 3-meter-tall hole in the black tuna whale's body. With a flip of his hand, a huge suction force appeared and sucked the peak rank 6 spirit core of the black tuna whale out of the hole. The black tuna whale was sucked out of the hole. The black tuna whale that terrified all the merchant groups on the Black Dragon River died, just like that. When Xiao Chun saw that the two sides of the river were about to merge, he pushed off the river and flew out before the river closed up. The crystalline black tuna whale spirit core in Xiao Chun's hand gave off a gentle light. It contained dense, water-attributed spiritual energy. This was a war trophy that belonged to the brave. I really can't believe it. The black tuna whale that roamed the Black Dragon River for so many years was actually killed by a youth. This is the nightmare of many merchant ships. Indeed, this is especially so in the water. Even some martial kings would find it difficult to stop it from escaping. This youth was able to think of the idea of trapping the black tuna whale at the bottom of the river. This is very shocking. Qingyun Peak's Yi Chun. Soon, this name will be as famous as Qingyun Peak's Murong Chong throughout the Shihe River. Back then, Murong Chong was also extremely talented. He challenged the 10 great bandit groups of the Great Devil Prairie by himself and killed them until they were terror-stricken. At that time, the fame of Qingyun Peak was also spread for a period of time. However, I do not know why he left Qingyun Peak in the end. That final move earlier, aside from the fact that it takes a long time to gather its aura, practically no martial saint can break it. However, he is still young. This move should become more and more perfect. When the people on the deck saw Xiao Chun kill the black tuna whale, they were all astonished. They said that a young genius had risen up once again. The thunderclouds in the sky slowly scattered, and sunlight appeared once again. It shone on Xiao Chun's body, giving him a faint layer of gold. His long figure was reflected on the water. When the river wind blew, Xiao Chun's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. It looked somewhat ethereal. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, a boundless killing Qi suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The moment that killing Qi appeared, it covered the sky. It was not concealed at all. It was sharp and radiated in all directions. It was like a gushing river surging towards Xiao Chun. Amidst the killing Qi filling the air, Yu Mingshan appeared from a cloud. He swung out 100-meter-long saber. A saber chi containing a boundless sharpness flew towards Xiao Chun. The saber chi rubbed against each other in the air, giving off a piercing sound. Everywhere it passed, the wind and clouds scattered. Ripples spread out in the air like water. Someone on the deck recognized Yu Mingshan and exclaimed, "It's Yu Mingshan! What is he trying to do?" Above the water, Xiao Chun placed the black tuna whale's spirit core into his universe ring. When he felt the killing chi behind him, his expression did not change. He did not show any surprise. He smiled faintly. The person I have been waiting for has finally appeared. Chapter 284. Xiao Chun was not surprised at Yu Mingshan's appearance. In fact, it was within his expectations. A large part of the reason why Xiao Chun killed the black tuna whale in such a high-profile manner was to lure this person out. He knew that the other party was an extremely cautious cultivator. If Xiao Chun did not reveal any openings or exhausted a large amount of essence, the other party would not make a move. Pussy-eye. In the blink of an eye, that dense and surging saber chi had already arrived before Xiao Chun. Glittering Wukue. Xiao Chun turned around and shouted. He spun his saber and a divine Wukue tree branch appeared from nowhere. It turned into a strand of majestic purple saber chi and clashed with the saber chi. Rumble! At the same time that he sent out the saber chi, Xiao Chun brought out his state of thunder. Thunder roared continuously. When the purple saber chi sounded, it expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a surging saber chi as well. Boom! The two saber chi clashed in the air and gave off an intense explosion. They did not give way to each other. A pillar of water soared into the sky from the water. Yu Mingshan descended from the sky and landed firmly on the water. He felt that it was somewhat strange. Xiao Chen's earlier rushing thunder roars should have exhausted a large amount of essence. How could he have excess essence to deal with the killing move that he had prepared so meticulously? Could it be that he had been holding back all this while? Xiao Chun looked quietly at Yu Mingshan in front. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "Who sent you to kill me? You are so patient, following me from the Devil Savannah all the way until now." Yu Mingshan said coldly, "There is no need for a dead person to ask so many questions." The saber in Yu Mingshan's hand flickered with a watery blue light. Killing chi surged from his body, and ripples appeared on the water under his feet. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "Kill me? Do you think that you can escape today?" Wukue transforms to chi. Xiao Chun pushed off the water surface and soared into the air. He sent out a saber light, and the ancient divine Wukue tree appeared from nowhere. It turned into strands of resplendent saber chi and rained down on Yu Mingshan. The Wukue transforms to chi contained the state of thunder. Every saber light was like a bolt of lightning breaking through the air. They resonated with the rumbling thunder in the sky, forming a strange, mysterious phenomenon. A strange look flashed in Yu Mingshan's eyes. He knew that he had fallen into a trap this time. The other party had clearly lured him out on purpose. However, as a veteran of hundreds of battles, he knew that he couldn't afford to have stage fright at this moment. Otherwise, his momentum would plummet, and he might really lose his life here. Looking at the purple saber energy dancing in the sky, Yu Mingshan coldly snorted, "Insignificant tricks." Yu Mingshan brandished his saber and sent out a dense saber chi. Bang, bang, bang. The purple saber chi flying at him immediately turned into chaotic electric currents. When comparing the quality of saber chi, Xiao Chun, who was only a medial grade martial saint, was much weaker than Yu Mingshan, who was an inferior grade martial king. Even when he used the state of thunder, he did not have an advantage. Seeing that the wukuei transforms to qi did not have much use, Xiao Chun decisively withdrew his hand. He shouted, and all the purple saber qi in the air returned to the lunar shadow saber. The saber gave off a bright purple glow. Muffled thunder roared in the sky. It was as though a peerless thunder was brewing. In the next moment, the light on the saber became so dazzling that it hurt one's eyes. Then, it was released with a schwa sound. Qi breaks wukuei. The peerless thunder that had been brewing in the sky resounded at the same time. The loud sound of thunder caused a huge wave to form on the water's surface. Pusiai, a strand of purple saber qi pierced through the huge wave and quickly flew at Yumingshan. The saber qi's glow was withdrawn. It looked very simple. Yumingshan smiled in disdain and casually sent out a strand of saber qi. He smiled and said, "You overestimate yourself. You are just an inferior grade martial saint. Unexpectedly, you want to compete with me in saber qi." There was a qualitative difference between the saber qi of a martial king and a martial saint. A martial saint could only just send out saber qi. In terms of the density of saber qi, there was a world of difference between a martial king and a martial king. With a hua-la sound, something happened that caused Yumingshan to turn pale with fright. The saber qi that he sent out was easily shattered by Xiao Chen's purple saber qi. It was unable to resist at all. So, Yumingshan did not dare to think too much. He immediately formed an essence barrier around himself and quickly dodged. However, by the time he wanted to move, it was already too late. That strand of purple saber qi looked very simple. However, it was extremely fast. It pierced through his essence barrier and left a bloody wound on his right arm. If he had not set up a yuan qi barrier in advance, his right arm might have been chopped off. As the huge wave crashed down, Xiao Chen's figure soared through the air. His aura was like a rainbow rushing to the 9 heavens. Yumingshan's expression turned sullen. The watery blue light of the saber in his hand gathered continuously. He said indifferently, "Do you think that you are the only one with a state? Go to hell." There was an explosive shout, and there was a pung-pung sound on the water's surface. 18 pillars of water shot out and merged together, forming a sharp blue saber. With a schwa sound, it merged into the saber. The saber qi that was like a waterfall spewed out at Xiao Chen. What a strong state of water, Xiao Chen thought to himself. It looked like the other party had considered this when he chose to make a move in the water. The might of the state of water would be even more horrifying on the water's surface. However, it was clear that the other party's state was not as strong as Xiao Chen's. The state of water could only be considered to be at the beginner level if it were not for the fact that his cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's. It would be impossible for him to have such might. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. 9 cool breezes blew on the water's surface. The instant Xiao Chen executed the Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, he immediately executed the clear wind chop. His figure flickered. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He immediately dodged the waterfall-like saber qi and successfully approached Yumingshan. Instantly, the killing qi vanished. There were only 6 gentle breezes on the water's surface. Yumingshan's expression turned grave. He had a deeper understanding of the might of the clear wind chop than anyone else. Yumingshan stomped on the water's surface, and a 10-meter-tall water screen rose up around him. The water screen spread out in all directions. The instant Xiao Chen's figure passed through the water screen, the other 8 clones were destroyed by the strange energy contained in the water screen. It turned out that Yumingshan had used his strong state of water to destroy Xiao Chen's state of wind. The strong, clear wind chop was destroyed. When Yumingshan saw Xiao Chen's true body remaining, he revealed a sinister smile. He said, "Without the clear wind chop, let's see how you're going to fight me in close combat." when a martial king compared to a martial saint, the greatest advantage was speed. Even a peak martial saint's speed was only close to the speed of sound. Furthermore, they did not have a flying martial technique and could not fly. However, a martial king was different. Not only could they break the speed of sound, they could also fly easily. A peak martial king could even reach the speed of sound with a casual step. In terms of speed, a martial saint and a martial king could not be compared. In close combat, they could end the battle in a few moves. This was because a martial saint could not even touch a martial king. That was why Yu Mingshan said this. Chi. Xiao Chun executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. His body created a piercing sonic boom as he moved through the air. He sent out a saber light, sending an unending stream of attacks at Yu Mingshan. A purple electric light spread through the air. It was like an electric net. Yu Mingshan had a relaxed expression. His body moved very quickly. It was like he had merged with the cool wind. He did not make any sound and easily dodged Xiao Chen's attacks. One of them moved, and the other stayed still. Xiao Chen's aura was like a rainbow, and his voice was like thunder. However, his speed was always slower. He was unable to touch Yu Mingshan's body. Sometimes, Xiao Chen relied on technique. When the saber got close to Yu Mingshan, it would be easily broken by his saber. Slowly, Yu Mingshan grasped the rhythm of the battle. Xiao Chun wanted to retreat a few times, but he was blocked by his opponent's ghostly figure. He could not retreat, even if he wanted to. Only at this moment did Yu Mingshan heave a sigh of relief. All I need to do is control the rhythm. I will slowly grind him down first. When his aura reaches rock bottom, I will deal a lightning-fast strike and completely defeat him, eliminating any future problems. Yu Mingshan dodged Xiao Chen's attack again. He said, "Give up and surrender. I will give you a quick death." Perhaps you do not know this, but the greatest difference between a martial saint and a martial king is the difference in speed. This is an insurmountable gap, unless you are a wind-attributed cultivator. Unfortunately, you are not, haha. This was not the first time Yu Mingshan used words to attack his opponent in battle. This was especially so when his opponent was at rock bottom. Using words to attack a cultivator with weak willpower could cause them to go berserk, revealing a large opening. This could save him a lot of effort. When fighting with others, one had to always hold back. This was Yu Mingshan's rule. This was because there were always some unexpected things in the world. So, if he could save some energy, he would. As he spoke, Yu Mingshan caught hold of a small opening of Xiao Chen's. His figure flashed quickly, and his saber cut a small wound on Xiao Chen's chest. He smiled faintly. "This is the difference. I can easily attack you, but you cannot attack me." Xiao Chen's expression did not change. The instant Yu Mingshan finished speaking, the saber in his hand pierced out from a strange angle, aiming for Yu Mingshan's chest. Yu Mingshan was startled, and he quickly dodged backward, avoiding a vital point. This saber broke through his essence barrier and only left a small wound. Yu Mingshan's expression changed slightly. He thought to himself, "I cannot be too careless. Although this brat is slower than me, he is only slower by a bit." After that, Yu Mingshan became even more cautious. Occasionally, he would leave wounds on Xiao Chen's body. As for Xiao Chen, no matter how hard he tried, he could not attack him. Above the water, the two of them moved quickly. Saber lights shot out in all directions, causing pillars of water to rise into the sky. This continued for half an hour. Yu Mingshan's eyes lit up. It is time. There is no need to drag this out. His state of thunder is at least half as strong as before. Die! Water dragon burst. Yu Mingshan shouted loudly, and a wall of water hundreds of meters tall appeared on the water surface behind him. The waves surged, and the huge merchant ship swayed left and right. It looked very small, as though it could capsize at any moment. Chapter 285. The horrifying wall of water suddenly spun rapidly, forming a huge roaring water dragon. At this moment, the might of Yu Mingshan's state of water was raised to the limit. In an instant, it scattered Xiao Chen's state of thunder. The dark clouds in the sky scattered, and sunlight shone down, once again, shining on Yu Mingshan's sinister face. He revealed an extremely cruel smile. The dragon moved its head, moving faster than the speed of sound. It merged with the sound of the wind and left a formless shockwave in the air. Before it got close to Xiao Chen, the huge shockwave knocked Xiao Chen back. Bang! With a schwa sound, the water dragon caught up to Xiao Chen, who was tumbling on the water. It crashed into him, and the huge force formed a huge whirlpool on the water. There was a loud boom, and Xiao Chen's body sank to the bottom of the water. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The Black Dragon River had surging waves. The merchant ship bobbed up and down for a long time before it slowly came to a stop. It's over. The state of thunder has scattered. Yi Chun faced Yu Mingshan's full-powered strike head-on. Even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. The most important thing is that he is currently above the water. The might of the water dragon burst will be greatly amplified. It is equivalent to the strength of a medial-grade martial saint. How unfortunate! Qing Yun Peak finally produced a genius. Before he could rise up, he was killed by Yu Mingshan. The older the ginger, the spicier. Who knows? Why did Yu Mingshan want to kill Yi Chun? They do not seem to have any grudges. The many cultivators on the deck shook their heads and sighed. They felt that it was a pity. They thought that Xiao Chun had no chance of surviving this time. The sunlight shone on the clear water. The calm Black Dragon River was sparkling. It was very beautiful. Yu Mingshan stood on the water and extended his perception, scanning the situation under the water. However, after looking for a long time, he could not feel Xiao Chen's aura. Looks like he died immediately. His body was blown up by the water dragon and died without a complete corpse. This is difficult. I wonder how to explain this to Song Quebec. Yu Mingshan frowned slightly and shook his head. He turned around and prepared to leave. Just at this moment, layers of dark clouds suddenly swept over from the bright and beautiful sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky suddenly became dark and gloomy, and endless thunder sounded once again. Yu Mingshan stopped in his tracks. His expression changed greatly as he said, "How did it become like this?" Bang! There was a splash on the surface of the water. Xiao Chun leaped out unscathed. The saber in his hand flickered with an electric light. It emitted killing chi as it pointed at Yu Mingshan. Yu Mingshan said in disbelief, "Why? My peak attack did not injure you at all. It was just a secret treasure." Xiao Chun smiled faintly in his heart. Of course, he would not tell Yu Mingshan about it. He would just let him guess. Yu Mingshan's sharp eyes noticed the jade pendant on Xiao Chen's chest. He suddenly understood and said, "So, it is a secret treasure. However, this kind of secret treasure has a limited number of uses. Since your speed is not as fast as mine, I will not lose." Xiao Chen sneered. "Is that so?" Windwalk shoes, activate. The instant the windwalk shoes activated, Xiao Chen's figure flashed on the surface of the water. There was no sound at all as he arrived before Yu Mingshan at lightning speed. A purple saber light flashed, and thunder roared in the sky. Xiao Chen's state and move merged perfectly, startling Yu Mingshan. In a hurry, Yu Mingshan held his saber horizontally in front of him. However, because he was caught off guard, he was knocked back 5 or 6 meters. What a fast speed! How did he break through the speed of sound in an instant? His speed is comparable to mine. Yu Mingshan stepped on the water, creating splashes. He finally stopped moving back. However, he was astonished in his heart. Wu Kuei shakes the earth. After spending so much effort, Xiao Chun had figured out Yu Mingshan's strength. It was time to counterattack. Xiao Chun shouted, and a fierce electric light burned on his saber. The ancient divine Wu Kuei tree appeared on the water surface. After a while, it turned into a tree of electric light, several hundred meters tall, pressing down on Yu Mingshan. This was the fourth move of the Wu Kuei saber technique's killing move, absolute kill. When he made his move, he could put his opponent in a desperate situation. Yu Mingshan's expression changed again. The huge divine Wu Kuei tree gave him a horrifying pressure. He circulated his essence continuously, and 18 water droplets exploded behind him. The water droplets gathered and formed a sharp saber. It was like a waterfall as it rushed forward. Bang! The moment they came into contact, the divine Wu Kuei tree shattered Yu Mingshan's waterfall saber chi. The comprehension of their states was on a completely different level. Xiao Chen's state of thunder had already reached the peak of small perfection. Every move he made could be infused into his state. As for Yu Mingshan, he had only just started. He could only use his state to increase the might of his martial techniques. Once Xiao Chen used a peak martial technique, the quality of his essence would be equal to Yu Mingshan's. His martial techniques infused with his state would no longer be sufficient. The divine Wu Kuei tree struck Yu Mingshan's body with a boom. It broke through his essence shield and entered his body. It turned into a berserk energy rampaging through his meridians. Yu Mingshan vomited a large mouthful of blood and suppressed the chaotic essence in his body. His complexion was somewhat pale as he said, "Damn it! Even if this old man has to risk his life, I will kill you!" Double Dragon burst. There was a ferocious roar, and a horrifying wall of water appeared on the water surface. It turned into 2 huge water dragons and flew at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. There were not many fluctuations. If his opponent had used this move from the start, Xiao Chen would not have been able to block it. Unfortunately, his opponent was too cautious. The qi in a cultivator's heart had already disappeared. He no longer had any sharpness. He only thought about how to obtain a complete victory. He dared to suffer even the slightest injury. Now that Xiao Chen had missed this opportunity and executed this move while he was severely injured, its might would be reduced by at least half. Even if he did not have a secret treasure, there was nothing to fear. Xiao Chen shouted, and a purple light started to circulate on the water surface under Xiao Chen's feet. After a while, it formed a strange flower bud, wrapping around Xiao Chen. Bang! Bang! The 2 water dragons struck the purple flower bud and gave off 2 loud sounds. Waves surged up and shockwaves spread out. A barrier of water dozens of meters tall appeared in the surroundings. When the barrier of water fell back and the river surface calmed down, the purple flower bud was still as good as before. There were no signs of damage. Wu Kuei blossoms. Xiao Chun shouted from within the flower bud. The petals suddenly bloomed, looking very beautiful. Then, Xiao Chun leaped out from the petals. Immediately, petals filled the air. Wu Kuei blossoms bloomed in the air. As the petals fluttered, Xiao Chun passed through the countless petals and quickly arrived before Yu Mingshan. Xiao Chun stabbed out with his saber. It was so fast that no one could think. Petals filled the air. This saber strike was very beautiful. Rumble! Yu Mingshan's body was knocked back by this saber strike. He left a long mark on the water surface as he flew for more than a kilometer. The purple flowers that filled the air quickly chased after Yu Mingshan. A whirlwind formed in the air, and all the petals merged back into a strange Wu Kuei flower. The Wu Kuei flower flowed through Xiao Chen's wound and quickly entered Yu Mingshan's body. Xiao Chen did not move from his original position. He straightened his saber and used 2 fingers on his left hand to slowly move from the bottom of the saber to the tip. He shouted softly, "Wukue supporting the heavens." A Wukue tree trunk grew out of Yu Mingshan's chest from nowhere as he struggled to stand. As Xiao Chen's fingers moved, the tree trunk grew larger and larger. It grew at a visible rate. After a while, countless branches sprouted from the tree trunk. Then, countless branches branched out from the branches. Many purple Wukue flowers bloomed. In just a few blinks of an eye, the tree trunk in front of Yu Mingshan's chest had turned into a towering tree. It was more than 200 meters tall and had many branches. Flowers bloomed everywhere. This was the true profoundness of Wukue blossoms. It infused energy into the enemy's body. Initially, it did not have much power. However, the next move, Wukue supporting the heavens, would erupt. Even if you were a martial king, you would lose all your combat prowess under this move. On the water surface, Yu Mingshan looked at the tree in front of his chest in horror. He felt that all the roots of the tree had already penetrated into his body, firmly grabbing onto his internal organs. His internal organs were all injured. He would not be able to recover without at least a year's time. Furthermore, Yu Mingshan felt an indescribable pain all over his body. Boundless electricity tormented him every second. However, this Wukue supporting the heavens exhausted a lot of essence. Xiao Chen could not maintain it for too long. When the Wukue tree completely disappeared, Yu Mingshan was already half dead. His pale face was filled with pain as he watched Xiao Chen slowly walk over. Yu Mingshan was so frightened that he turned pale. He pushed off the water surface, and his body flew up unsteadily. Xiao Chen looked at the miserable Yu Mingshan in the air and smiled faintly. He took out the Soul Slayer bow from the universe ring and did not knock an arrow. Instead, he pulled the bowstring. Bang! The bowstring sounded out, and Yu Mingshan's body fell into the water with a bang, sinking completely into the water. The great Yu Mingshan was actually killed by a youth until he was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. How regretful! Someone on the deck sighed, softly. First, he killed the evil beast. Then, he defeated a martial king. This Qingyan Peak's Yi Chen is really horrifying. I originally thought that he would need some time to rise up. It looks like he has already risen up. The experts of the older generation are no longer able to do anything to him. Indeed, he is probably on par with Morong Chong. Only these geniuses are able to fight someone of a higher cultivation realm. The Nanling province has Ji Chongkong and Mu Qingxue. The Dongming province has Hua Yunkong, Duanmuking, and the strong Chu Chaoyun. Our Shiha province finally has another person who can compare to these geniuses. These are all top-notch geniuses. In any previous generation, their accomplishments would be limitless. However, so many of them appeared in one go. In the future, there will definitely be a fierce battle. Don't forget about the experts of the royal courts. The people of the royal court are all geniuses. Furthermore, there is the demonic genius Princess Ingyu. If we count them all, there are too many geniuses in the younger generation of our great Qin nation. With so many geniuses, I wonder who will obtain the greatest luck in the end. It looks like it will be Princess Ingyu from the royal court. She suppressed everyone with her strength. I wonder what will happen in the future. We cannot forget about Princess Ingyu. Her lifespan is limited. She will lose her luck sooner or later. Chapter 286. I remember that there was once a person in the Dongming province who defeated many geniuses of the Dongming province. He even spent a large sum of money to challenge the noble clans. With such boldness, he must be an extraordinary genius. That's right. Now, The noble clans have doubled the bounty for this person. Together, the bounty is 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. However, this person seems to have vanished without a trace, never appearing again. When the people on the deck saw Xiao Chun beat up Yu Mingshan, they all sighed. This battle was full of twists and turns. It was very thrilling and exciting. It was very satisfying to watch. Xiao Chun was always able to surprise everyone. When everyone thought that he was in a hopeless situation, he would turn the situation around and defeat his opponent. The dark clouds above the water scattered, and the sunlight shone down once again. Xiao Chun stood on the water, and his spiritual sense pierced through the water like an arrow, searching for Yu Mingshan's figure. There were strange fish in the river. With Yu Mingshan's current condition, he might not be able to block these man-eating fish. Xiao Chun did not want Yu Mingshan to die just like that. The reason why Xiao Chun did not knock an arrow earlier was because he was afraid of shooting Yu Mingshan to death. After that, he would not be able to get anything out of him. At the bottom of the dark water, Yu Mingshan dragged his injured body and swam quickly in the water. Strange ripples shot out in all directions, repelling the strange fish that attacked him. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I forgot, this person is a water-attributed cultivator. His ability to survive in the river is much stronger than a regular cultivator's." Xiao Chun was not surprised at Yu Mingshan's strong desire to survive. This kind of person would think carefully before doing anything. To put it nicely, he was cautious. To put it bluntly, he was greedy for life and afraid of death. He did not have boldness. However, he did not know that the path of a cultivator was filled with danger. It was a fight with one's life in the first place. If one did not have great courage, and the sharpness in one's heart did not fade, how could one overcome difficulties after difficulties? If one always thought about how to use tricks to overcome difficulties, once the sharpness faded, one would never be able to go far on the path of a cultivator. "Come out." Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and gently pushed off the surface of the river. He appeared above Yu Mingshan and punched the surface of the water. Bang! Immediately, a huge pillar of water surged out from the Black Dragon River. At the end of the pillar of water was Yu Mingshan's figure. He was knocked into the air and was frantically trying to move his body. Xiao Chun leaped into the air and grabbed him by the collar, landing firmly on the ground. Yu Mingshan revealed a horrified expression on his pale face. He said, "Don't kill me. I have 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones in my hands and 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. Let me go, they are all yours." Xiao Chun ignored him and said coldly, "Speak, who sent you to kill me?" Yu Mingshan first shook his head. Then he felt Xiao Chun's killing intent. He immediately said, I'll speak. It's Song Ke, Bien Peak Song, Quebec. He promised me 2,000 medial grade spirit stones to kill you." Song Ke. A trace of killing intent flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. This was not unexpected. Xiao Chun really did not dare to let his guard down even for a moment. It was a pity that he couldn't do anything to Song Ke right now. He wasn't a match for Song Ke, and he couldn't find an opportunity to do so. In the future, when his strength increased, the first thing he had to do was to get rid of Song Quebec Boom. Xiao Chun removed the spatial ring from Yu Mingshan's hand and smashed his chest with his palm. Yu Mingshan's heart meridians shattered, and blood flowed out of all his orifices. He said in dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say you would not kill me?" Xiao Chun was expressionless as he said sullenly, "Sorry, I never said that. I am a person who does not leave behind future trouble for myself." Seeing Yu Mingshan's corpse slowly fall into the water, Xiao Chun glanced at the merchant ship, not far away. After thinking for a while, he decided to cross the Black Dragon River. He did not want to take that merchant ship anymore. The main reason was that he was afraid of unnecessary socializing and wasting time. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air as he used the gravity spell and flew up. 3 days later, at night, on the Devil's Savannah, Xiao Chen sat beside a bonfire and ate some roasted lightning beef. The meat of spirit beasts was even more fragrant and delicious than the meat of earth. There was no need for any seasoning, and it was already very delicious, leaving one with a lingering aftertaste. Furthermore, the meat of spirit beasts contains some natural spiritual energy. Eating it over a long period of time could strengthen the body and replenish qi. If one ate the meat of a higher-ranked spirit beast, such as a rank 8 or legendary rank 9 spirit beast, it could even raise one's cultivation realm. A heavy fragrance wafted through the Devil's Savannah, attracting a large number of spirit beasts. However, when these spirit beasts saw Xiao Chen, they did not dare to make a move. They only looked from afar before scattering. Xiao Chen scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw all this. He revealed a faint smile. 2 days ago, Xiao Chen used the gravity spell to fly to the Devil's Savannah. After that, he started to practice his saber on the bandits and spirit beasts that he encountered. After accumulating experience in actual combat, Xiao Chen became more familiar with the first 6 moves of the Wukuei saber technique. Furthermore, the newly created Rushing Thunder triple chain chop also became easier to use. Xiao Chen already had good control over the period of storing energy. He could release and withdraw it as he pleased. The longer he could store his energy, the stronger it would be. The shorter the time, the weaker it would be. He needed to use it flexibly. The might of the Rushing Thunder roars was much stronger than Xiao Chen had imagined. Previously, when he had stored energy for a minute, he had been able to destroy it with 10,000 horses galloping. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to raise his energy in the shortest time possible. That way, this move would become Xiao Chen's new killing move, an important trump card. Hu Qi. A snow-white figure appeared in Xiao Chen's vision in the dark night. When he looked carefully, he discovered that it was Bai. He was holding some spirit herbs in his hands as he rushed over. Just like before, when Xiao Chen and Bai were alone, Bai would help him search for rare spirit herbs. Most of these spirit grasses were refined into higher-grade blood replenishing pills and qi-returning pills. This allowed Xiao Chen to have medicinal pills to use without spending money on spirit herbs. This was a great help to him. Bai presented the spirit herbs in his hands like he was presenting a treasure. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and counted them carefully. Rank 4 blood sunflower, rank 500 jade spirit, rank 4 gentleman windflower. Hey, this looks like a tendon refining flower. Xiao Chen noticed a white flower. That flower was very simple. It did not have any bright colors or a strong fragrance. It was very simple. Xiao Chen held it in his hands and looked at it carefully. He finally confirmed that this was the tendon refining flower. It could increase the toughness of a cultivator's meridians and repair damaged meridians. It was very precious. There were many spirit herbs that could repair meridians. However, none of them were as good as the tendon refining flower. The tendon refining flower could even repair a cultivator's meridians. This was why it was so precious. Essence had to pass through the meridians before it could circulate freely. If the meridians were damaged, the cultivator would not be able to circulate essence. If Xiao Chen could increase the toughness of the meridians to a considerable level, then he would not have to worry about forcefully using too much essence when he was cultivating or fighting in the future, causing his meridians to be damaged. Although Bai did not know the importance of the tendon refining flower, when he saw Xiao Chen's happy expression, his face revealed a joyful expression. Xiao Chen put away the tendon refining flower. Suddenly, a doubt appeared in his mind. For a rare herb like the tendon refining flower, there would definitely be a strong spirit beast guarding it. Although Bai was strong and very fast, he should not have been able to obtain the tendon refining flour so easily. Could there be something that I don't know? Xiao Chen squatted down and asked, Bai, tell me the truth. How did you obtain this tendon refining flour? When Bai heard Xiao Chen's question, he immediately lowered his head. He was like a child who had done something wrong. He did not dare to look into Xiao Chen's eyes. Could it be that he snatched it from someone else? Xiao Chen felt ashamed in his heart. If he snatched a spirit beast, Bai would not lower his head. He did not know who he snatched it from. Dong, dong, dong. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about whether or not he should return the tendon refining flour to someone else, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. There should be a lot of people because the ground was trembling slightly. A group of more than 200 bandits appeared in front of Xiao Chen. One of them pointed at Bai and said excitedly, First Leader, I did not lie to you, right? The tendon refining flour did not belong to me. It was snatched away by a little fox. Look, I was not wrong. There was indeed a little fox. Pa! The leader of the bandits was dressed in snow-white battle robes. He looked very dazzling in the dark night. He slapped the person who spoke and scolded him angrily. Fool! Why are you so excited after a spirit beast snatched something away? The other bandits all laughed loudly. Indeed, they were the most terrifying group of bandits in the Devil Savannah. They had always been robbing others and killing spirit beasts. Since when did they get snatched away by a spirit beast? This was a disgrace to bandits. The bandit on the ground felt a burning pain on his face. When he heard the laughter of the crowd, his face turned even hotter. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Suddenly, he looked at Bai and revealed a ferocious glint in his eyes. He pounced forward and scolded, I don't believe I cannot deal with you. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, Bai turned around and swung his arm to the right. There was a strong wind, and the bandit that pounced over was immediately blown away. Even Lu Suifeng, an inferior grade martial saint, was toyed around by Bai. How could a martial grand master bandit be a match for Bai? That bandit landed headfirst on the ground and rolled a few times. When he got up, he could not even tell his bearings. He walked towards the first leader of the bandits in a daze and scolded, Little bastard! Don't think that just because you are on a horse, I will not recognize you. After he said that, he charged over again. The first leader was furious. He sent out a palm wind and knocked this person away. He said with a sullen face, Just trash, I don't care about you. When Bai felt the killing intent from the first leader, he felt some danger. He immediately jumped onto Xiao Chen's shoulder and felt safer. He made a face at the bandits. What the hell? Even foxes know how to make faces these days. When the crowd saw Bai's face, they were all astonished. Since it belongs to the bandits, I will just snatch it, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Xiao Chen swept his gaze across this group of bandits. Of the 200 people, the weakest was a medial grade martial grandmaster. The core of the group was 20 martial saints. The first leader, who was wearing white battle robes, had the most horrifying cultivation. He was a superior grade martial saint. He should be weaker than Xiao Chen when he first left the mountain. As for now, he was no longer on the same level as Xiao Chen. Chapter 287. The white-robed bandit slowly rode his black warhorse to within 10 meters of Xiao Chen. He said with a sullen expression, Regardless of whether you took my tendon refining flour or not, hand over your spatial ring. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile and said softly, If you are capable, then come and take it yourself. Reckless. The white-robed bandit exerted strength in his legs, and his warhorse charged at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. The killing chi of the white-robed bandit merged with the baleful aura of the warhorse. It was like a sharp sword charging at Xiao Chen's deity sea. Unexpectedly, this white-robed bandit knew some mental attacks. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was very strong. He did not fear mental attacks of this level. Since you want to play with mental attacks, I'll play with you. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a cold smile. His vast spiritual sense turned into a deity holding a sharp sword. With a piu, it shattered the sharp sword flying at him and charged at the white-robed bandit. Suddenly, the white-robed bandit felt everything in front of him disappear. He found himself in a desolate land. A spiritual sense in the sky looked down at him majestically and gave off a resounding voice. "Why are you not kneeling when you see a deity?" The white-robed bandit panicked. He immediately realized that this was a mental illusion. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue, and the pain brought him back to his senses. This deity was something that Xiao Chen had created casually by imitating the mark left behind by the sages in the silver warship. It did not have much use in actual combat. It could only stun enemies of the same cultivation level for an instant. However, this instant was sufficient. By the time the white-robed bandit recovered his senses, he discovered that Xiao Chen had already kicked at him from the air at some point in time. Bang! Before the shocked gazes of the bandits, the white-robed bandit could not react in time and was sent flying by the kick. While Xiao Chen was in the air, when he landed, he gently stepped on the back of the warhorse. A huge force immediately pressed the warhorse to the ground, making it unable to get up again. Clouds began to gather in the sky. Lightning streaked across the night sky, emitting resplendent light. Amidst the boundless light, Xiao Chen used the force of his kick to soar into the sky. As he flew, his aura continued to accumulate. Suddenly, a huge lightning vortex formed in the sky. The roars and gallops of a vast army came from the whirlpool. The sound was deafening, echoing for dozens of kilometers. "It's him. He's that violet lightning fiend. Run!" Someone among the bandits suddenly shouted in horror. Then, the 200-odd bandits desperately pulled on the reins and turned around. However, at this moment, the war horses under them could not be controlled, neighing crazily. The bandits quickly abandoned their horses and fled. No matter what the white-robed bandit said, they did not stop. When the white-robed bandit saw that the situation was hopeless and that the few core martial saints had already started to flee, he sighed heavily and turned around to flee as well. Thunder roared. 10,000 horses galloped. Xiao Chen gently pointed the saber in his hand downwards. Countless knights on thunder war horses leaped down from the whirlpool and landed on the ground. Then, they quickly chased after the scattered bandits. In the dark night, these knights flickering with electric light turned into purple shadows. They galloped around the devil's savannah at night, looking very dazzling. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out continuously. Without exception, the 200 bandits were all struck. The weaker bandits were blasted into smithereens by the combined attacks of the many knights, dying on the spot. Only the martial saints and above managed to survive. Their complexions turned pale, and they vomited blood. They quickly fled into the distance without looking back. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. The might was still insufficient. He had gathered his aura in a hurry. He had to think of a way to quickly raise his aura to its peak. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chen ignored the scattered bandits. He focused his attention on the white-robed bandit that he had focused on. Under Xiao Chen's control, at least 100 electric knights crashed into the white-robed bandit. Although the other party could still fight, they were no longer a threat to Xiao Chen. Lightning evasion. An electric light flashed, and Xiao Chen landed beside the white-robed bandit. he repeated what the white-robed bandit had said earlier. "No matter what your purpose is, I only want the spatial ring in your hand. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The white-robed bandit struggled for a while before he took off the ring and handed it to Xiao Chun. He said coldly, "Don't look down on the devil's savannah. This is not a place where you can move unhindered." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and ignored him. He had never been arrogant enough to think that he could move unhindered in the devil's savannah. The devil's savannah was vast and boundless. The entire savannah was about half the size of the Shiha province. Furthermore, this was only within the Great Qin nation. It extended beyond the borders and was even larger. It could be said that the Devil's Savannah was just the tip of the iceberg. With such a large area and countless bandit groups, Xiao Chun had always been cautious. When he ran into a strong bandit group, he would immediately avoid them with his spiritual sense. He would not have any other thoughts. After all the bandits had left, Xiao Chun looked in the direction of the heavenly saber pavilion and prepared to travel through the night. The commotion tonight was too big. He was afraid of startling some strong bandit groups. It was safer to travel through the night. In the Devil's Savannah, where the tendon refining flower grew, Murong Chong looked at the empty ground and the corpse of the spirit beast guarding it. He frowned. "Hu Chi." There was a soft sound of wind behind him. Murong Chong sensed it and quickly turned around. He saw a mysterious person wearing white clothes and a white mask appear in front of him. The mysterious person in white said in a hoarse voice, "Murong Chong, you seem to have forgotten our agreement. You have entered the Devil's Savannah once again." Murong Chong said sullenly, "I am only here to search for the tendon refining flower. I have no other purpose. Aside from me, only your people know about the tendon refining flower. I am willing to pay 1,000,000 inferior grade spirit stones to exchange for it." The mysterious person in white said, "Even if you pay 10,000,000, it is useless. Someone took it away yesterday." Murong Chong's expression changed. He emitted a surging killing chi. A murderous intent appeared on his stern face as he said, "Who?" "He is also a Qingyun Peak disciple like you." "Oh, I forgot that you are no longer a Qingyun Peak disciple," the person in white said indifferently. Murong Chong's killing chi quickly dissipated. He was very adept at releasing it. He had a pensive look on his face as he said, "Since he took it, it is all the same. I will take my leave first." "Who?" The figure of the person in white suddenly moved. It was as though he teleported and instantly appeared behind Murong Chong. Then he sent out a palm strike. Murong Chong quickly turned around and sent out a palm strike. A huge force pushed Murong Chong back 10 steps. His complexion paled and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The person in white took a step back. No, the expression under the mask was somewhat astonished. He said, "This palm strike is the price for breaking the agreement. The reason why an agreement is called an agreement is because there is no reason to break it." Murong Chong looked coldly at the person in white. He did not say anything and turned around, disappearing from the vast savannah. "Glittering Wukue!" Xiao Chun shouted, and a saber light flickered. A saber chi made of a divine Wukue tree branch flew towards a group of bandits with a schwa sound. Blood spurted out, and miserable cries resounded. The dense purple saber chi was boundlessly tyrannical. Several bandits were knocked off their horses. Wukue transforms to chi. The divine Wukue tree of the ancient divine valley appeared. After a while, it turned into saber chi that filled the air. It danced around in the air and chopped a large group of bandits in half. "Chi breaks Wukue," Xiao Chun shouted, and the saber chi in the air gathered back on his saber. It turned into an extremely dense saber chi. The leader of the bandits could not dodge in time, and the saber-chi pierced through his chest. With the death of the leader, all the bandits immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. Xiao Chen ignored them. After he took away the spatial ring of the bandit leader, he quickly left the place. Xiao Chen was not in a rush as he walked through the devil savannah. He treated this return journey as experiential training. During the day, he would kill strong spirit beasts and bandits. At night, he would use medial grade spirit stones to raise his cultivation. When by gathered enough spirit herbs, he would refine medicinal pills. Xiao Chen's strength soared every day. However, on this morning, he suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. This feeling had been present for the past few days. However, it was very mild. Xiao Chen did not mind it. It was only when he got closer to the heavenly saber pavilion that this uncomfortable feeling became stronger. It was impossible to ignore. Could something have happened at the heavenly saber pavilion? Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the heavenly saber pavilion. He had a bad feeling. I have to rush at full speed. I cannot stay here any longer. Otherwise, I will not know what happened. I will feel uncomfortable in my heart. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Xiao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and turned into a purple shadow. He started to move quickly on the vast devil savannah. Along the way, he met with bandits and strong spirit beasts. However, Xiao Chen ignored them. He simply avoided them. 2 days later, Xiao Chen was already halfway through the devil savannah. He would reach the heavenly saber pavilion in another 5 days. Just as Xiao Chen was about to stop and rest, a group of bare-chested people, wearing only shorts, appeared in the distance in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen sat on the ground and drank a mouthful of water. He smiled faintly and said, "I wonder which group of bandits ran into Kim Fatso." Kim Fatso was different from Xiao Chen. He did not kill people. He only sought wealth. However, when he ran into Kim Fatso's bandits, he felt even worse than death. This fellow's stingy character was displayed to the extreme when he ran into the bandits. Aside from leaving the bandits with a pair of shorts, he would not leave them with anything else. This kind of humiliation was even worse than death. Only Kim Tae-ho could do such a thing. Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from the wind. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and stood up suspiciously. Why did he seem to hear Kim Tae-ho's voice? Looking up, Xiao Chen saw the faces of some people. They looked like the guards of Kim Tae-ho that he had seen in the past. Xiao Chen went over to take a look. He put away his water bottle and quickly leaped forward. After a while, he finally saw the people in front clearly. What he saw shocked him. Chapter 288. The group of people in front of him were indeed Kim Tae-ho's bodyguards. There was a total of 200 of them. All of them had their clothes stripped off, leaving only a pair of shorts to cover their private parts. There was a dilapidated carriage in the group. Xiao Chen looked at it carefully for a long time before he realized it was the luxurious golden carriage that he had been in before. However, it was now in a terrible state and was beyond recognition. The golden hood of the carriage was already gone. Only a smooth wooden board was left. Under the wooden board was a pair of golden wheels. If it wasn't for these golden wheels, Xiao Chen wouldn't have dared to associate it with the golden carriage he had seen before. What made Xiao Chen even more speechless was that Kim Tae-ho was wearing a beast skin and sitting casually on the smooth carriage. Furthermore, the people pulling the carriage were actually his subordinates. Even the precious horses had been snatched away. A group of people ran quickly on the grassland, as though they were avoiding something scary. Kim Tae-ho said loudly, "Can you be faster? This fat lord is not that heavy. You are all martial grandmasters." The subordinates were at a loss as they complained. "Young master, we've been running for 2 days and 2 nights. It's time for us to take a break. Or forget about this treasured carriage. If you run with us, you'll be able to run faster. Kim Tae-ho said angrily, "This fat lord, it was not easy for me to obtain these 2 wheels. If you just throw them away like that, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain?" The manservant following behind the carriage suddenly said, "Young master, there seems to be someone staring at us over there." Fatso said angrily, "Damn it, watch me destroy him." Never mind. Let's not bother about it. We should leave this damn place first." The manservant continued, "He seems to be walking in our direction." Fatso's expression changed. He turned his head and looked. When he discovered the person, he revealed a smile and said, "Stop the carriage." Fatso was wearing shorts and a spirit beast skin. He looked like a wild man as he quickly ran to Xiao Chun and said, "Master Xiao, it's great to see you. Don't say anything, just give this fat brother some clothes first." Xiao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Fatso's pathetic appearance. A famous saying from his previous life appeared in his mind: "You have to pay for what you have done." Xiao Chun had a lot of spare clothes in the universe ring. However, Fatso's body was too stout. Xiao Chun could not put them on, so he could only drape them over his body. Although he was still in a sorry state, it was much better than wearing the animal's skin. Kim Tae-ho tried his best to put on the pants that Xiao Chun handed him. After working hard for a long time, he finally managed to put it on. However, before he could relax, there was an explosion. His pants burst from Fatso's fats, turning them into strips of cloth. Kim Tae-ho had a helpless expression on his face. He could not be bothered with this. He could only tidy himself up a little and said to Xiao Chun embarrassedly, "Can Master Xiao give me some more spirit stones?" Xiao Chun blushed with shame. "You were really robbed?" Fatso shrugged and said, "Is it not obvious enough? Aside from this spatial ring and a coffin lid, I only have 2 golden wheels." The affairs of the world were unpredictable. Life was always so unexpected. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. To think that Fatso would end up like this. He could only say that the heavens had eyes. Xiao Chun took out 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 10,000 gold taels and handed them to Kim Tae-ho. He said, "What exactly happened with your strength? Even if you could not defeat him, you should have been able to run." Although Fatso's strength was average, he had many good things on hand. The dazzling rings and necklaces he wore were not ordinary ornaments. They were all intact secret treasures. It could be said that if both Xiao Chun and Fatso met a peak martial king, the one who could easily retreat would be Fatso. This was because this fellow had too many trump cards. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do things so recklessly. He was very confident in his heart. If he had not met with an iron plate, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. Xiao Chun was very curious about this iron plate. What exactly happened that caused the fearless Fatso to suffer such a huge loss? Kim Tae-ho received the spirit stones and gold taels and said, "Thank you. This fat brother will remember this favor. Don't ask about anything else. In short, do not be too ruthless in the Devil's Savannah. I was tricked by someone. I will not come here again." After Fatso spoke, he waved his hand. He draped an open robe over his shoulders and wore tattered pants. Then he jumped back onto the bear carriage. Like before, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." A few of his subordinates had conflicted expressions as they pulled the tattered carriage and slowly disappeared from Xiao Chen's vision. In the following 2 days, the uncomfortable feeling in Xiao Chen's heart became even more obvious. However, because of what happened to Fatso, Xiao Chun became more cautious. He kept his spiritual sense within a 2-kilometer radius. This slowed him down. However, there was no harm in being cautious. Xiao Chun did not want Fatso's miserable experience to happen to him. On this particular day, As Xiao Chun walked on the vast savanna, he sent out his spiritual sense. He discovered something unusual. There was not a single sound within a 2-kilometer radius. It was very quiet. When Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense, he did not even see the spirit beasts that he normally saw. He did not know where they were. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and stopped walking. He said doubtfully, "What's going on? I can't see a single spirit beast. The air seems to have stopped flowing. Something is strange." With a thought, Xiao Chun no longer sent out his spiritual sense as a halo. Instead, he gathered it into a thin line and shot it out. After Xiao Chun's spiritual sense turned into a thin line, he could extend it to a distance of 10 kilometers. Finally, he discovered something else. At the end of Xiao Chun's spiritual sense, there was a black flood heading in the direction of Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, this black flood was made up of a group of cavalry wearing pitch-black battle armor. A rough count gave at least 1,000 of them. 1,000 black cavalry gathered together, giving off an overwhelming aura. Even from a distance, Xiao Chun's spiritual sense felt a huge pressure. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense, and his expression changed slightly. He muttered, "Kim Taeho, could he have fallen at the hands of this group of people? I'll change directions first." Just as Xiao Chun was about to move, he thought of something. He sent out his spiritual sense in advance. In the end, he discovered that he was surrounded by these horrifying black cavalry. Surrounded, Xiao Chun could not help but look at the sky. If there was an opening there, he would be able to leave easily. However, when Xiao Chun looked up, he discovered that at some point in time, a flock of fierce wind vultures had appeared in the sky. There was a knight wearing black battle armor, sitting on each fierce wind vulture. Xiao Chun could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He said, "There is really no way out." Dong, dong, dong. Deafening galloping sounds came from the ground. 10 groups of black cavalry kicked up a cloud of dust as they galloped over. Each group of black cavalry had 1,000 people. When added together, there were 10,000 of them. Xiao Chun took a rough look and saw a black mass. The weakest of these 10,000 people was a martial grand master. There were at least 1,000 martial saints, and above, the auras of over 10,000 people merged together, forming a continuous stretch. Even the air seemed to stop flowing, making it difficult for people to breathe. These were no longer bandits. This was probably the strength of the great Qin nation's elite army. The 10 people in the lead rode on black warhorses. They wore black masks that covered half their faces. They rode the black warhorses and walked in front of Xiao Chun. The person in the middle should be the leader of this group of people. He was a peak martial king. Just one glance was enough to make Xiao Chun feel incomparably terrified. When that person saw Xiao Chun's calm expression, he revealed a faint smile under his mask. He said, "Qingyan Peaks Yi Chun, right? Didn't anyone tell you that you cannot be too ruthless in this devil savannah? Hand over 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. You can leave. You are not allowed to appear in the devil savannah in the future," the leader continued. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. This request was too much. He could not agree to it. He said in a sullen voice, "What if I don't hand it over?" The leader was not surprised at Xiao Chun's reply. He smiled faintly and said, "You should have seen what happened to Jin Ba Bao. His initial reply was the same as yours." It turned out that this group of people had their eyes on Fatso. The waters of the Devil Savannah were deeper than Xiao Chun had imagined. No wonder the 3 noble clans had failed to capture Xiao Chun when they surrounded him. When the leader saw that Xiao Chun was silent, he muttered, "You are different from Fatso. You have not gone to the extreme. It is fine if you do not hand it over. If you can withstand 3 palm strikes from me, I will give you 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. However, you are not allowed to step into the Devil's Savannah in the future." Xiao Chun was not in a rush to reply. The 2 options that this person gave him were not easy to choose from. The first option would make Xiao Chun bleed. The latter option looked good. Not only did it not require Xiao Chun to fork out spirit stones, it even gave him spirit stones. However, 3 palm strikes from a peak martial king was not easy to receive. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Unfortunately, the situation was in the hands of the other party. Xiao Chun did not have many trump cards to choose from. If he did not guess wrong, the other party should be worried about his identity as a member of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. That was why they were not in a rush to make a move. Otherwise, they would not be speaking so much nonsense with him. Xiao Chun would have ended up like Fatso. Not going to say anything? In that case, take it as you choosing the second option. The black-clothed masked man said indifferently. Right after he spoke, the black-clothed man had already arrived before Xiao Chun. He sent out a palm strike, creating a boundless whistling sound. It tore through the water-like air and surged towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's expression turned grave. He had no other choice. He quickly circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. His bones gave off crackling sounds, and the image of a ferocious tiger condensed on his body. When Xiao Chun punched out, the ferocious tiger poured into his arm, carrying a strong force. Xiao Chun clashed with the black-clad man's palm strike. He did not hold back in this punch. It contained a force of 18,000 kilograms. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. A shockwave visible to the naked eye surged in all directions, leaving ripples in the air. A huge force poured into his body from his arm. Xiao Chun felt his internal organs churn. The qi and blood in his body surged, and hot blood rushed to his head. Chapter 289. When the black-clothed man felt the force from Xiao Chun's fist, he was mildly astonished. Xiao Chun actually received his palm strike head-on and did not retreat at all. Retreat! The black-clothed man shouted in his heart, and a hidden force surged out from his palm. A horrifying force was transmitted, and Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chun's body immediately flew back. Huqi! Before Xiao Chun could stabilize himself, the black-clothed man's second palm strike arrived, not giving him any time to react. His left hand turned into a dragon, and his right hand turned into a tiger. Xiao Chun quickly crossed his arms, and the dragon and tiger merged into his body. This was the third move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon that could block 25,000 kilograms of force was like a mountain. When the black-clothed man's palm strike landed on it, there was a loud, rumbling sound, and the ground started to shake. Xiao Chun did not hesitate. He knew that this person would definitely continue to use hidden force to attack him. He immediately withdrew his body and quickly retreated. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously, using the stance of the crouching tiger, hidden dragon. He continuously gathered energy. The 2 images of a dragon and a tiger circling around his body were very realistic. The dragon roars and tiger roars continuously resounded. The black-clothed man revealed a smile under his mask. Not bad. You received 2 of my palm strikes. There is still 1 more. If you can receive it, you can leave. Xiao Chun remained silent. When he saw the black-clothed man flying at him again, he suddenly shouted. The roar of a dragon and tiger came from his dantian. The roar was like thunder reverberating in the surroundings. Finally, it gathered together and formed a strong aura that rushed to the 9 heavens. A large portion of the clouds in the sky were scattered by the shock wave. The roar of the dragon and tiger pierced through the sky. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's dragon and tiger body sculpting art broke through to the peak at such a moment. He rushed to the 9 heavens in one breath and scattered the clouds. When Xiao Chun punched, he used the accumulated energy of the crouching tiger, hidden dragon. This punch seemed to pierce through the air. There was an ear-piercing explosion that resounded continuously. However, the black-clothed man's third palm strike was much more powerful than the previous 2. Even if he didn't use 70% of his strength, he still used 50% of his strength. Bang! A deafening roar resounded across the vast grassland. Under this sound wave, the surrounding warhorses all fell into a state of panic. All sorts of voices mixed together, and the scene was filled with mockery. The power behind Xiao Chen's fist completely exceeded the black-clothed man's expectations. It was a full 25,000 gene of strength, causing him to take 3 steps back. Every time they took a step back, a 3-foot-deep footprint would be left on the ground, and the surrounding ground would shake. Many of the shadow cavalry were directly shaken off their horses. Xiao Chun was in an even worse state. The final hidden force from the black-clothed man was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it surged into Xiao Chen's meridians and violently surged forward, completely disrupting the circulation of essence in his body. Xiao Chen vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in the air and flew back more than 100 meters before landing heavily on the ground. Then he vomited another mouthful of blood. The difference between an inferior grade Martial King and a peak Martial King is simply too great. I can defeat Yu Mingshan, who is only an inferior grade Martial King. However, I have no chance of victory against a peak Martial King. My current combat prowess should be equal to a peak inferior grade Martial King. I might even be able to hold my own against a medial grade Martial King. If I run into a superior grade Martial King, I will have to flee quickly. Xiao Chen thought to himself. These 3 palm strikes gave him a better understanding of the strength of a peak Martial King. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and stood up again. He placed a blood-replenishing pill in his mouth and said to the black-clothed man, "Might I ask for your name?" The black-clothed man tossed out boxes of spirit stones and said indifferently, "With your strength, you are qualified to know my name. Chu Jun, here are 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones and 1,000 medial grade spirit stones. Take them and leave. Don't ever come to the Devil Savannah again." Xiao Chen slowly wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. He revealed a faint smile on his pale face. "Chu Jun, I will remember these 3 palm strikes. I will definitely return them to you in the future." Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses gallop. It was unknown when a large number of dark clouds had gathered above the crowd. Following Xiao Chen's shout, there was a burst of electricity in the dark clouds. A huge electric whirlpool formed. Countless electric knights soared out of the whirlpool. Xiao Chen hid among the electric knights and quickly charged at the surrounding black knights. Bang! 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 The surging electric knights were caught off guard and opened a gap in the encirclement. Xiao Chen did not linger to fight. After he broke through this gap, he immediately made all the electric knights explode to cover his retreat. After that, he activated the Windwalk shoes and executed the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring art to its limits. His speed soared to the speed of sound as he rushed forward. Just as the other black knights and cultivators in the sky were about to give chase, Chu Jun waved his hand and stopped them. A masked black-clothed man at the side said, "Commander Chu, why did you not make a move to stop him?" Chu Jun said indifferently, "Stop him? What is the point of stopping him? Kill him? Are you not afraid of the divine saber camp surrounding him again? Such a genius is like Murong Chong from a few years ago. He is definitely someone that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would focus on nurturing. If we kill him, they will definitely take revenge. A purple light flickered, and Xiao Chun turned into a purple blur. He expended his essence without caring about it. He activated the Windwalk shoes at full power and flew for 4 hours before he stopped. After looking around, Xiao Chen's pale face felt somewhat depressed. When he was fleeing, he did not notice that he was running in the opposite direction from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Never mind, I should not care about this. I should treat my injuries first. That person's inner energy is too ferocious. If I leave it in my body for a long time, it will definitely leave behind some hidden injuries. Xiao Chen found a desolate place and took out a medial grade spirit stone. Then he started to slowly recover his essence. Bai jumped out of the spirit blood jade, obediently, and stood guard by Xiao Chen's side. It helped him chase away the ferocious spirit beasts wandering around, allowing Xiao Chen to focus on recovering his essence. The vast essence in the medial grade spirit stone quickly entered Xiao Chen's body. He had exhausted too much essence in the mad dash earlier. His essence had not recovered to its peak, so he could not properly use it to treat his injuries. Thus, in order to treat his injuries, he had to recover all his essence first. At the start, Xiao Chun needed an entire night to absorb the energy of a medial grade spirit stone. Now, he only needed 4 hours to completely absorb the energy of a medial grade spirit stone. This time, because of his injuries, his absorption speed was slower than usual. After 8 hours, Xiao Chun finally finished recovering his essence. He started to carefully remove the hidden energy that the black-clothed man had left in his meridians. The importance of meridians to cultivators went without saying. Xiao Chun would rather take more trouble and spend more time than to use brute force. This cleansing process took 6 hours. Finally, the hidden energy that the black-clothed man had left in his body was completely removed. Xiao Chun immediately felt very relaxed. When he looked up, the sky was already dark. Xiao Chun decided to travel through the night. After hesitating for a while, he gave up on the idea of using the silver warship. The silver warship was too eye-catching. It would easily expose his identity. Back in Whitewater City, many people had seen him use it. If they found out, it would be troublesome. The aristocratic families had never let up on their pursuit of him. This time, he had seen his wanted poster in every city along the way. Without resting for too long, Xiao Chun checked the direction and started moving again. Bai followed behind Xiao Chun. His speed was not much slower than Xiao Chen's. After that, Xiao Chun did not run into any obstructions along the way. With the Windwalk shoes activated, the journey, which would have taken 5 days, took only 3 days to complete. When Xiao Chun saw the Lingyun mountain range appear in his vision, the uneasiness in his heart became even stronger. Something must have happened to someone he cared about. Otherwise, he would not have such an intense feeling. Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Biyun Peak, Song Kei's bedroom. Urgent footsteps could be heard. The door opened with a bang. Song Qianhe said, anxiously, "Father, I have received news that Xiao Chen will arrive at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in 4 hours." On the bed, Song Kei, who only had one arm remaining, opened his eyes. A dense killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "Send someone to inform the assassins of the Flying Snow Manor. After that, don't bother with him. As long as he dies outside the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, it will have nothing to do with us." When Song Kei received news that Xiao Chun had killed Yu Mingshan, he was extremely astonished. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be able to kill an inferior grade martial king. Furthermore, it was the extremely cautious Yu Mingshan. This made Song Kei feel threatened. This brat's strength was growing too fast. If Xiao Chun were to advance to martial king, his life would be in danger. This was especially so now that he only had one arm remaining. Thus, before Xiao Chun matured, he had to kill him. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to make a move in the future. On the path to the top of the mountain, Xiao Chun looked at the tall peaks of Lingyun Mountain. Suddenly he stopped. He felt a weak killing intent. He immediately extended out his spiritual sense and found 4 inferior-grade martial kings hidden in the bushes by the roadside. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and placed his right hand on the hilt of the lunar shadow saber. "They are actually people from the Flying Snow Manor," Xiao Chun said indifferently. No wonder they dared to make a move at the foot of Lingyun mountain range. At this moment, Xiao Chun was extremely furious. He felt very anxious to know the truth of the matter. He did not expect to meet with an assassination attempt here. Aside from Song Ke, there was no one else who could know his whereabouts like the back of their hand. Furthermore, they could spend a large sum of money to hire a martial king to kill him. Damn it! I have to find an opportunity to kill this person. Otherwise, there will be no end to this trouble, Xiao Chun thought to himself coldly. When the 4 hidden people saw Xiao Chun suddenly stop, they did not hesitate to draw their swords. Chi! Chi! For strands of dense sword chi tore through the bushes in front of them and shot towards Xiao Chun. There was a qualitative difference between an inferior-grade martial king's sword chi and a martial saint's. With the essence infused into Xiao Chun's body, it would be difficult for him to block it. However, Xiao Chun did not even think of dodging. He quickly drew his saber with his right hand.